This was already a direct threat. The Nanhai family used the Muyun family as an excuse to put Four Corners Village in a difficult situation. They actually wanted to seek justice for the Muyun family. This reason was somewhat laughable. It was completely illogical. However, under such circumstances, they were looking for an excuse to give Four Corners Village a warning. If they wanted to banish the Muyun family, it would lead to war. The members of the other forces listened as they sat quietly. They did not say anything. However, this silence seemed to represent their stance on the matter in and of itself. Nanhai family, you are forcefully segregating a portion of Four Corners Village away. You also want to interfere with the matters of the village, Old Ma said. If that is the case, I believe that the name of Nanhai family can be removed from the guest list of the next open day that we have every 4 years. In the future, the Nanhai family will be forbidden from stepping foot into the village. What are your opinions on this? Only natural, Blind Tai said coldly. No problem, said Fangari as he nodded his head. The others also revealed their stance on the matter one after another. This scene caused the cultivators of the Nanhai family to reveal ugly expressions. Their family would be forbidden from stepping foot into Four Corners Village? Also, Muyun Long, are you conspiring with the Nanhai family to stand against the village? Old Ma said as he looked at Muyun Long. The village is in the wrong in this matter. As a member of Four Corners Village, am I not even qualified to voice out my opinion? Replied Muyun Long in a cold, indifferent tone. Understood, Old Ma replied, nodding his head. If that is the case, I suggest that Muyun Long has betrayed the village. From this day forth, the entire Muyun family will be banished from the village. What are your opinions on this? Agreed. Blind Tai and the others revealed their stance on the matter. Very quickly, they all agreed. They would not just strip Muyun Long of his authority in the village but would also banish the entire family. The Muyun family was no longer a part of Four Corners Village. I never imagined that, having grown up in the village, I would one day be banished, Muyun Lan mumbled. He seemed to be self-deprecating and mocking himself. After he left Four Corners Village, he was renowned far and wide and entered the Nanhai family. He was currently a prominent figure in the Shangqing domain. However, upon returning to the village, he was not received gloriously but was instead rather from the village. It was a mockery. If that was the case, he did not need to show any respect to the village. Nanhai family and Muyun family, please leave, ordered Old Ma. Nanhai Wuji took a step forward. He only took one step, and the space around him suddenly felt suffocating. A vast divine might enveloped this entire small world. The ordinary folk in the village felt that it was difficult to breathe. They revealed pained looks, and their hearts started to beat intensely. They felt as though the entire world was about to collapse. Are all of you sure of your decision? Nanhai Wuji asked in a loud voice. His voice shook the heavens and the earth, causing the space to tremble. He stood there like a deity with unparalleled authority. The members of Four Corners Village had very cold expressions. Nanhai Wuji was a giant-level figure. Such a figure had powerful destructive capabilities. He could easily destroy a part of this vast space. If a battle of such a scale were to erupt in this space, the village might not be able to cope with it. The villagers would not be able to withstand such a threat. Nanhai Wuji's body gradually floated into the air. He peered into the distance and said, I have long heard of Master's name. I came to Four Corners Village but have yet to catch a glimpse of Master. I wish to meet Master to ask whether the way Four Corners Village treats its guests is rather inappropriate. As he said this, he took a step forward. He wanted to head over to the private school. In Four Corners Village, the strongest person was the legendary Master. However, no one knew how strong Master was. Nanhai Wuji wanted to find out for himself. However, just as he stepped out, an extremely dazzling divine halo exploded in the sky. The brilliant divine halo shot directly towards Nanhai Wuji, causing him to stop in his tracks. He took a step back and saw a golden divine door appear, separating the space. Then a silhouette slowly rose into the air and floated there, blocking in front of Nanhai Wuji. When they saw the person, everyone's gazes were frozen there as they revealed looks of amazement. Many people in the village, including the cultivators of the Muyun family, were also looking at the silhouette in surprise. "How is this possible?" Muyun Long said in a low voice. The silhouette floating in midair was actually Old Ma. He was someone who never stood out and whom many people believed was an ordinary person who could not cultivate. He had never revealed the aura of a cultivator. He was just an ordinary person. However, his one attack was powerful beyond comparison and blocked Nanhai Wuji's path. He was also a giant-level figure. "Old Ma," exclaimed Yi Futian as he looked up at the silhouette. He had already speculated that there was more to Old Ma than met the eye. However, he was still astonished when he witnessed Old Ma's ability. He was actually so powerful. No wonder Old Ma seemed exceptionally confident recently. He probably was not planning on hiding this fact. Spatial divine halos radiated from Old Ma's figure, seemingly forming its own domain as he stared at Nanhai Wuji. "You are still unqualified to meet Master," Old Ma said as he looked at Nanhai Wuji. At that moment, Old Ma raised his head and looked into the distance. A few beams of frightening aura came from afar and descended upon Four Corners village. The next moment, he saw a few illusory figures appear above them. When these figures appeared, the space seemed to be frozen. Countless divine lights rained down and enveloped everyone. Even the powerful Renhuangs felt that they were insignificant. Yi Futian also looked over in that direction. 3 figures had arrived. These 3 figures appeared ethereal, seemingly somewhat illusory, like they weren't corporeal. It was as though they were spirits who had left their bodies. They also seemed as though they were formed from the will of the Great Path and had come from beyond this world, descending upon Four Corners village. Old Ma looked up at them. Beams of divine light shone, attempting to block off the 3 figures. However, the 3 figures immediately passed through the divine light and continued to advance. "We heard that Four Corners village was about to join the world, so we came over specifically to pay Master a visit," a voice said. The voice filled the space and caused the entire village to tremble. The next moment, the 3 silhouettes became 3 beams of divine light descended upon the private school. At the same time, a 4th aura appeared. A dazzling divine halo shot up into the heavens, causing brilliant divine light to appear in the sky above. Everyone knew that this was Master. Who could the 3 figures be? The crowd was astonished. Old Ma had displayed his powerful ability. Yet, he had actually been unable to block off the 3 of them. It was apparent how frighteningly powerful the 3 figures were. At this moment, even Nanhai Wuji did not move. He naturally knew who those 3 figures were. They were 3 existences who could cause the Shangqing domain to tremble by just stomping their feet. Today, they had come together. It was apparent how highly they viewed Four Corners village as well as Master. The importance of the village was far greater than anyone could imagine. Four Corners village joining the world had immediately spurred them to pay a visit. Yi Futian glanced at the crowd. He saw that the members of the top forces of the Shangqing domain all revealed respectful expressions. He roughly guessed what level of existence the 3 figures who arrived were at. They were probably among the few standing at the peak of the Shangqing domain, who came to Four Corners village wanting to see Master's ability. As he turned around, Yi Futian looked towards the private school. 4 beams of divine light immediately pierced the heavens. Although a battle did not ensue, an unparalleled might enveloped the space. Divine phenomena even appeared in the village at the same time. A golden-winged giant pengbird spread its wings and soared in the sky. A divine hammer suppressed the heavens and the earth. An immortal old god stood in the sky. These divine phenomena were originally difficult to see. However, right now, they had manifested. This scene caused the people in the village to be filled with awe. What level of existence was Master exactly? Over here, no one continued to battle. Everyone had stopped doing so. They understood that the most crucial battle was over where Master was. If Four Corners village wanted to join the world and become a superpower, they had to pass this stage first. In that direction, the light grew brighter and brighter. Not long after, a blinding divine light radiated outwards. The next moment, among the divine light that burst forth, the crowd could faintly make out the 3 silhouettes disappearing in a flash. The suppressive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Retreat from Four Corners Village. Congratulations to Four Corners Village for joining the world. From this day forth, the Shangqing domain has another holy land. Ethereal voices cried out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble slightly. Even the chief elder of the Nanhai family, Nanhai Wuji, could not remain calm. Were the three figures acknowledging the position of Four Corners Village in the Shangqing domain? Chapter 21-21, Master. Not long after these voices were heard, the various cultivators all retreated from Four Corner Village. Very soon, the cultivators from the outside left. Mu Yunlong and the other cultivators stood at the entrance of the village. They glanced back at it. They never imagined that they would still lose in the end. Master was stronger than he had imagined. Master managed to get three extraordinary figures to acknowledge Four Corner Village. From this day forth, Four Corner Village would stand at the peak of the Shangqing domain like the other superpowers. Although the village still had very few cultivators, their greatest power was already enough to solidify their status. "Let's go," said Mu Yunlong as he turned to leave. Mu Yunlan looked at the village with a meaningful look. One day, he would surely return. The villagers were somewhat elated. Master had shocked his powerful opponents. Four Corner Village could join the world and cultivate and would no longer be restricted from this day forth. They would be able to see the wider world and would no longer be confined to the village. For many of the villagers who had never seen the outside world their entire lives, it was undoubtedly something to be excited about. "They have left," Fangari said as he gazed into the distance. "Things have finally quieted down," Old Ma also commented. They knew more about Master's ability than others. Of course, they were also unsure what level Master was at exactly. However, at least they knew that it was not something Nanhai Wuji could stand against. "You lot, come over to where I am," a voice called out from afar. Old Ma and the others knew that Master was calling them over. They bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." "You, come over as well," the voice called out again. Yi Futian clearly sensed that this was directed at him. He bowed slightly and followed behind Old Ma and the others as they headed over to the private school together. There were 6 people, namely Old Ma, Fangari, Jiyu Huai, Shekue, Blind Tai, and Yi Futian. In reality, the village currently had 7 persons in charge. However, Duo Yu was still young, so he had not come along with them. Currently, these 6 people could represent the will of the entire village. Once they arrived at the private school, the 6 of them were very respectful. They saw a figure sitting quietly on a futon after they entered and walked into the square courtyard. This was the first time Yi Futian had met Master. Master's sage-like body seemed somewhat ethereal. He seemed otherworldly, as though he was a deity that could not be comprehended by normal minds. Master greeted the 6 of them as they bowed slightly. Yi Futian also did the same. Although he was standing before Master, he still could not sense Master's aura and could not confirm how powerful Master was. However, he knew that he was far inferior and could not compare to Master at all. "Sit down, all of you," Master said. The 6 of them nodded and sat themselves down in different spots. "Four Corner Village will be joining the world. All of you must have been waiting for this to happen for a long time," Master said. Fangari, Blind Tai, and the others did not say anything. Master seemed to have already seen through their thoughts. Indeed, they were supportive of the village joining the world. When Mu Yunlong suggested that the village should join the world, no one objected. No one would be willing to be forever confined to the village once they cultivated to a certain level. They also did not wish to see the younger generation remain in this small village forever. Even though the village was unique, this did not affect their yearning for the outside world. "I know what all of you are thinking. Yet, do you know why I have always prevented Four Corner Village from entering the world?" Master asked. "The time was not right," Fangari replied. "That is one reason," Master said. "Before this, you have all seen the end result of those who left the village. Most of them perished outside. And few made it back alive. Even fewer remained outside. However, among them, the hearts of a few had already moved away from the village after seeing the prosperity of the outside world. How would they be satisfied with staying in a village? Their hearts had already changed. The crowd thought of Muyun Lan. Currently, he was famous in the outside world and had become an extraordinary figure in Nanhai family. After marrying the princess of the Nanhai family, Muyun Lan indeed had a change of heart. With such a glorious life, what he pursued now was no longer that which he pursued before. That was why the village had its previous laws, Old Ma commented. That is also a very important reason, Master continued. Before this, the village was actually an imperfect world and was also illusory. The laws of the land were also defective. This illusory world was bathed in the world of the relic. We have been living in a dual-layered space all this while. Some people could sense the way in the relic and attain the protection of the ancestors. Hence, they could cultivate. However, for the rest, if they forcefully cultivated, it would cause their cultivation to go haywire, and it would not end well. Old Ma is an exception. He died once before. However, it was a blessing in disguise as he formed his own great path. Yet, his cultivation stopped at that level, and he could still be consumed by it. I've always asked him to act cautiously. For many years, he has never displayed his ability. If Four Corner Village were to join the world under such conditions, it would have been meaningless as few people would have been able to leave. Master, then what exactly has caused the laws of the village to change? Fangari inquired. If it was because the ancestors had manifested, why had they done so now and not sooner? Master advised, you do not need to know about this in detail. It might just be that right now is the best opportunity. Now, everyone in the village can cultivate freely. Even if they don't cultivate a flawless great path, it will not end in tragedy. However, as to what the village will do after it joins the world, all of you need to think carefully about it. In the future, the village will no longer be separated from the world. It will be the same as other forces and will need to develop and expand. Otherwise, others will look down on us. The people who left the village before this are good examples to learn from. With Master around, what do we need to fear? Shukue said. For many years, I never left this place for special reasons. I have been given restrictions and cannot leave the village. Hence, you will need to depend on yourselves in the outside world, Master continued. This caused them to be somewhat surprised. That meant that Master could only protect those in the village. Once one left the village, Master might not be able to do anything. Joining the world was the collective will of yourselves and Four Corner Village. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, you should go out and see the prosperity of the world. You are destined to pay some price for doing so. From this day forth, the village is no longer the village that does not concern itself with outside matters. Instead, we need to face the conflict of the outside world. I hope that all of you can defend your decision, Master continued. They nodded their heads seriously. They all had stern expressions. Master was reminding them and making sure that they were alert. Master recommended, of course, with your abilities, all of you will not lose to the other top forces. However, Four Corner Village has a serious generational gap. We do not need to act too hasty. I suggest that we fortify and increase everyone's cultivation planes and cultivate the next generation of cultivators. Understood, Old Ma said as he nodded his head. The juniors who inherited the divine techniques should grow very quickly. Their cultivation environment is far superior to that of all of you. They will be the future of Four Corner Village, Master said. That is all I have to say. All of you may leave. As they got up, Master looked at Yi Futian and said, You, stay. Yi Futian felt somewhat strange. However, he still nodded his head and remained here. The others were perplexed. They did not know what Master wanted to say to Yi Futian. After they left, Master said to Yi Futian, Thank you. Yi Futian looked at Master. He then understood what Master meant. Before this, Fangari had asked what had caused the change of the laws. In reality, it was because of Yi Futian. He had changed everything. Master, you do not need to thank me. This was all a fateful encounter, Yi Futian replied. He himself did not have such ability. It was all because of the world tree. This isn't a coincidence. It is fate, Master replied. Fate. Yi Futian asked as he looked at Master incredulously. Master smiled slightly as he nodded his head and said, "There are some things that I only understood after you came here. The fact that it was the right time now was because you came to Four Corner Village. All this is fate's design." "I don't understand," Yi Futian said. "You will naturally understand in the future." Master didn't explain, causing Yi Futian to be even more perplexed. What design did fate have in store for him? Why had Master said so? "I will leave those children to you," Master continued. Yi Futian did not linger on the issue. If Master did not explain it further, he naturally had his reasons for doing so. "I will do my best," Yi Futian said as he nodded his head. "You may leave," said Master. Yi Futian got up, bowed, and then left. The village was peaceful. However, in the Shangqing domain, a storm had swept up. Countless people knew that Four Corner Village had joined the world. The superpowers had also acknowledged its existence. From this day forth, the village would be another superpower in the Shangqing domain. For a while, countless cultivators rushed over to Four Corner Continent. However, they did not do so to enter Four Corner Village. After they arrived, they began cultivating in Four Corner Continent. They were even prepared to settle down in the continent for the long term. Many cultivators from other continents migrated here. There were even some top forces with powerful renhuangs who established cities in this desolate continent. In the world of cultivation, places that were near to superpowers would undoubtedly be prosperous. In the Shangqing domain, such a phenomenon was exceptionally obvious. In the Shangqing domain's upper nine heavens, it was now a group of continents that were far more powerful than the countless continents beyond the upper nine heavens. Currently, Four Corner Continent was beginning to develop. If they did not seize the opportunity now, they would not have such a chance in the future. Hence, for a long period of time after, countless cultivators migrated over. Cities were erected all over the continent. It was the year 10,060 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yi Futian had been at the village for more than a year. During this period, the villagers had been cultivating peacefully and did not leave the village. They followed Master's advice to remain in the village and strengthen their foundations, allowing more ordinary villagers to join in on the cultivation journey. After all, since the ordeal last time, Four Corner Village might have been targeted by the entire Shangqing domain. It took time for them to fade away from people's minds. Yi Futian had also been cultivating in the village, comprehending the village's divine techniques and teaching them to the youths. The youths in the village started cultivating one by one. Of course, since they had different talents, the strongest youths could still cultivate from the very beginning, especially the few youths who had inherited the divine techniques. They were born with the way in them. In the past, at the private school, Master decided the candidates who could cultivate based on whether the youths were compatible with the way of the ancient god. When Master taught them, he also refined their bodies with the way, so that they were compatible with the power of the way from a young age. After these youths officially started cultivating, they could progress at a tremendous pace and did not have to follow the conventional path. Currently, Master was still teaching the way. Yi Futian and Old Ma were in charge of teaching the youths other stuff. Fang Kun and the rest progressed quickly. Their speed of cultivating was astonishing. Of course, Yi Futian was also cultivating and improving. At this moment, in the village, the divine halos shone, as usual, enveloping this ancient village. There was no nighttime in the village. The sky was always daytime, and everyone was constantly bathed in the divine halos. Divine phenomena filled the sky. There were golden divine gates, dazzling golden-winged giant pengbirds, and illusory figures of the ancient god of war. All these images that could once only be sensed by those with extraordinary talents were now projected on this part of the sky by Yi Futian, with the help of the power of the divine tree. Everyone could bathe within this power. Yi Futian sat beside the divine tree, seemingly entered into meditation. He was completely in harmony with the heavens and earth, as though he was part of the surrounding. "Master!" shouted someone as they dashed towards Yi Futian from afar. Yi Futian's eyes were still shut, but he naturally knew who had come. He reprimanded, "Fang Kun, are you truly not afraid of me beating you?" As Yi Futian said this, he opened his eyes, and the halo around his body dimmed. He stared at the youth in front of him, who was all grown up now. Fang Kun approached 15 this year, and he would soon be an adult. He was almost as tall as an adult. There was still a glint of youthfulness on his face. His eyes were sparkling. One could tell with a glance that he was a smart guy. Only this brat dared to disturb Yi Futian while he cultivated. Little Ling, Duo Yu, and the rest would wait beside him if they saw him cultivating. Master would not do so. If Master were cultivating in seclusion, you would have an invisible barrier around you. If there isn't one, that means that Master is merely meditating, Fang Kun said with a smile. He seemed to understand Yi Futian very well. Yi Futian glared at him and said, "Speak your mind. What seems to be the matter?" "Master, I heard that a city has been built outside of the village. Now, it has grown quite spectacular. There are countless cultivators in the city. Little Ling, Tai Tu, and the others wish to go take a look around the city," Fang Kun said. There was a faint look of anticipation in his eyes. Although Four Corner Village decided to join the world, Master had previously instructed Yi Futian and the others to remain in the village to cultivate for the past year. They had not left at all. They heard that a huge change was happening beyond the village. The elders said that, before this, the lands beyond the village were desolate. Now, upon hearing that their Four Corner Village was about to join the world, the outside world built a city. The youths were naturally curious and wanted to go out and take a look. For people of this age group, it was natural for them to like having fun and be curious. It was especially so for Fang Kun. This brat was originally mischievous. Now that he would soon be 15, how could he possibly stay put in the village? "Little Ling, Tai Tu, do the two of you want to venture out?" Yi Futian shouted into the distance. Soon, the two youths appeared beside Yi Futian and replied, "Master, no, we don't." Fang Kun slapped his forehead with his palm. His lies had been exposed mercilessly. These two fellows were not reliable at all. Duo Yu followed the two and joined the group. Since the four youths had become Yi Futian's disciples, they were very close with each other. They would cultivate together and spar with each other. Fang Kun was the eldest among the four, and he was smarter, so he crowned himself the eldest brother. Tai Tu was the second while Little Ling was the third. Duo Yu was younger and more introverted, so he was the youngest brother. Staring at the four youths in front of him, Yi Futian sensed that time had indeed passed by quickly. Especially since they were children, they grew up in the blink of an eye. When he first came to the village and met them, they still looked like little kids. However, they were all teenagers now. They were at the height of their youth. "Duo Yu, has Fang Kun been bullying you?" Yi Futian asked Duo Yu, who was standing at the very back. "No," Duo Yu replied as he shook his head. "Elder brother Fang Kun has been very kind to me. He always instructs me in my cultivation." Fang Kun smiled bitterly. Master was full of distrust towards him. "Master, with my current abilities, what level would I be at in the outside world?" Fang Kun asked curiously. "Of course, you would be at the very bottom," Yi Futian answered. "After so many years, only a few people have ever left the village. At your level, anybody from the outside world could handle you. Once you are outside, don't simply cause trouble. Do you understand?" Fang Kun's eyes lit up as he asked, "Master, does this mean that you will bring me out?" "Did I say that?" Yi Futian answered with a glare. "It would be good to take them outside," said Old Ma as he walked over just then. "These fellows have not seen the outside world. I am sure that they want to have a look. In the past, we would need to travel far in order to do so. However, now, there is a city right beyond the village. The people of the outside named it Four Corner City. Grandfather Ma still gets us," Fang Kun said. "Cease your flattery," replied Old Ma. He would not fall for such a ruse. "If you wish to go outside, you must not go off on your own. Tai Tu's father will bring all of you. You should head over to the ironworks and ask whether Tai Tu's father will agree to take all of you." "Second brother, you're up," said Fang Kun as he patted Tai Tu's shoulder. "What use can I be?" "You might as well depend on Little Ling," Tai Tu said while glancing at Little Ling beside him. Tai Chu's father treated little Ling much better than he treated him. Hee hee. All smiles, Fang Kun looked at little Ling. With these two here, his request would surely be approved. Master, we'll go see Uncle Tai now. Fang Kun led the three away and left Yi Futian alone, heading towards the ironworks. On the other hand, Old Ma walked towards Yi Futian. What do you think? Yi Futian asked Old Ma. Old Ma sat down and said, it's been more than a year since the previous incident. We've no idea how many other people are targeting Four Corner Village. Master has warned us before. However, since we have decided to join the outside world, we'll need to venture out sooner or later. Yi Futian responded, in such a short amount of time, a city has risen. I reckon quite a lot of cultivators have migrated to this Four Corner city. We'll find all sorts of people there. Perhaps cultivators from various forces are lurking in the city too. That's naturally the case. Hence, there's a need to make a trip outside and issue a warning to those with ulterior motives. We'll need to venture out anyway. Let's see who'll be the first to be warned by us, Old Ma said. Yi Futian nodded and replied, since you're prepared, I'll not say any more. These four lads are the future of the village. If they head out, we must make sure that they'll not suffer any losses. Old Ma smiled and said, even though they're your disciples, I do not care any less for them than you. Don't forget. I'm an elder in this village. Yi Futian understood what Old Ma meant by that. He nodded and said, that's good. Not long after, the four youths returned. Blind Tai, Xia Qingyuan, and the others were also following behind them. Master, Uncle Tai is here. Let's head out, Fang Kun said. All right, replied Yi Futian as he got up with a smile. He then led them outside of the village. Now, the entrance of Four Corner Village had already been relocated. The entrance was where the glimmer of sky was. It was a door of space. Extremely intense waves of the great path of space emanated from it. They immediately walked through it, and their figures disappeared from the village and appeared outside. Standing outside the village, they walked forwards, stood on the mountain range, and looked out into the distance. As expected, a majestic city was built around the mountains. It was vast and endless. Yi Futian was somewhat emotional. When he first came here, it had been a desolate land. Chapter 21-23, Attack. Wow! Gazing at the magnificent city far away from a high vantage point, Fang Kun could not help but express his fascination. Was this the outside world? At that moment, his eyes lit up. The outside world must be quite fascinating. It was no wonder his father, as well as every generation before him, went out to explore. So big, little Ling also mumbled with a look of yearning. Growing up in the village and having spent their entire lives in the village, this was the first time they went out and saw the outside world. In the past, they had only got to know the outside world from afar. So many people. The sky is filled with flying people. Tai Chu looked at the people flying around in the sky. Only Duo Yu remained silent while looking at everything. While he was more cheerful than before, it was not a complete change. He was still introverted and did not like to speak that much. However, his eyes still oozed an expectant look. So, the village is only so small, and there are so many people outside, he thought. Yi Futian looked at the four teenagers and could not help but lament a little bit. These teenagers were only starting to step into the world. In the past, they had thought that their village was the entire world. Now, everything would change. However, it was hard to say they would forever hold on to the same kind of teenage naivety and pureness. Back when Blind Tai and the others left the village, they also had similar feelings. However, the cruel world would ultimately change everything. Come, let's go out and explore, said Yi Futian. After that, they leaped into the sky and headed towards their destination. Not long after, they arrived in Four Corner City. Four Corner City's streets were wide. The flow of people from both sides of the street never stopped. In the past year or so, countless practitioners had moved into the city from afar. While Four Corner City had remained very quiet, they were not in a hurry. For a powerful faction, as long as they did not encounter a huge disaster, it could last for a very long time, thousands to tens of thousands of years at least. With such a long time horizon, it was natural for the surrounding areas to grow and develop. Moreover, the complete opening of Four Corner Village was inevitable and would attract practitioners from the outside. Since they had already decided that they would join the world, they would surely head towards a path of greatness. By then, many opportunities would appear. Fang Kun led the other youngsters scurrying all over the place. The dazzling array of items on display in shops on the two sides of the street completely captured their attention. They had not even seen some of the clothes before. Blind Tai followed the teenagers from behind quietly, protecting them from danger. Yi Futian and the others followed further behind with smiles on their faces. Xia Qingyuan said, "It sure is nice to be young without a worry or care in the world." She was a little envious of the teenagers. Pure and naive. It was because they knew and understood so little about the world that they could relax and enjoy it so much. I was like this, too, when I was a teenager. But my godfather taught me a lot of things, said Yi Futian with a chuckle. Everything that happened in Qingju seemed a century ago. His memory from back then had become hazy, and it seemed like it was such a long time ago. Time corrodes memories. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. Unlike Yi Futian, when she was a teenager, she was the proud daughter of Emperor Xia, the master of Emperor Xia's realm, and as such, she also knew a lot of things. She was a lot more mature than her peers. The two of them grew up in completely different environments, and the environment that Yi Futian grew up in seemed a lot more relaxed. However, it being so relaxed had also made everything he experienced later so much harder. "I'd like to meet your godfather," mumbled Xia Qingyuan. "Why?" Yi Futian asked with a chuckle. "I'd like to see what kind of person created a person like you." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. "In truth, I'd also like to know what kind of person he is," Yi Futian replied with a smile. He did not understand his godfather as well. "Hey, you guys, slow down a little," Yi Futian shouted at the teenagers in front of them. Then, he picked up his pace to catch up to the four teenagers in front. The teenagers had become excited and had winds in their steps. After a few hours, they were still running around everywhere. 3 of them had new outfits on. Little Tai, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu's outfits were quite simple before. At that moment, it was like they had become someone else completely. They looked a lot more lively as their bodies oozed the vigor of youth. "Brother Fang Kun, just how big is this city? How come we haven't finished exploring it no matter how much we explore?" Little Ling asked Fang Kun, who was standing beside her. "Ha, this is nothing. At our pace, we can't even finish exploring an entire city in a year," replied Fang Kun. Little Ling looked at him in shock. "Was it so big?" "Stop." At that moment, a voice appeared. Blind Tai stepped on the ground and created a formless wave that led to a low grumble from the ground. Everyone walking around the area stopped moving. Their hearts trembled violently. Even the houses on the sides were trembling. Bar-boom, bar-boom. Hearts beat faster as gazes shifted towards Blind Tai, who continued to stand there. His might completely shrouded the place and spread further away. Everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Fang Kun and the other 3 teenagers also stopped moving and turned around to look at Blind Tai. "Fang Kun, come back," Yi Futian shouted. Fang Kun and the others turned around to walk toward where they came from. From afar, several beings with frightening aura had arrived, and they were headed towards their location. At that moment, many people in the surrounding area regained their senses and immediately understood what was going on. They quickly scattered and left the area. They had realized that a battle between some powerful characters was about to take place. Bang, bang, bang. Buildings began to crumble while the bluestones on the ground also started to crack. A powerful windstorm blew toward them. Blind Tai took a step forward. A dull rumbling sound rang in the air, and, in an instant, the space around them and everything within it trembled. Chasms appeared on the ground, and the windstorm was actually unable to progress further. It was stopped in its tracks outside the space that Yi Futian's group occupied. From afar, several powerful Renhuangs had arrived, and they looked toward Yi Futian's group. This was the largest and most intense conflict since the founding of Four Corner City. The aura belonged to a person at the mighty level. Did the people from Four Corner Village come? They saw Yi Futian, Blind Tai, and the teenagers and guessed where they had come from. They were most likely from Four Corner Village. However, who was the one who initiated the attack? Back then, 3 peak figures arrived at the village. After that, they recognized the existence of Four Corner Village and gave the order to leave Four Corner Village. Now, so many powerful cultivators had come again. Did that mean that they had not yet completely given up? Bam! Blind Tai took a step forward. This body seemed to have grown tall and stalwart. He stretched out his arm and opened his palm. Then, in an instant, a hammer of tension appeared in his palm. At the same time, beautiful and vague patterns appeared behind him. It was as if a tension had appeared. Blind Tai swung his arm forward. In the direction of his swing, heaven and earth shook and crumbled. Everything within 100 miles of in that direction had been annihilated, only ashes were left. Moreover, those were only the after-effects caused by the main attack. The real attack directly struck one of those powerful practitioners. It was an elder. His expression changed completely. He whose cultivation level had already reached the sky was actually feeling a tiny sense of powerlessness at that moment. With his body as the center, a terrifying windstorm appeared. However, at that moment, the windstorm was completely suppressed. Rumble. The hammer of tension slammed downward and, accompanied by an excruciating shout, the elder was gone, and only ashes remained. Chapter 21-24, Sealed City. Blind Tai took a step forward. The ground rumbled as cracks spread hundreds of miles wide. Then, Blind Tai's body appeared high in the sky as if he was a Tiantian divine deity standing there with the divine hammer in his hand, a golden divine light covering the space around them. In Four Corner City, many people lifted their heads to look into the sky as their hearts trembled violently. It was the first mega battle in Four Corner City since its founding. No one would have expected that it would come so soon. So, were these some mega powerful characters from the village? He was blind, yet his strength was frightening. Beautiful golden divine light radiated from Blind Tai's body. He raised the divine hammer. All the powerful cultivators who released their aura earlier felt that they were suddenly locked within by a destructive power of the Great Path. Rumble. Blind Tai's divine hammer descended. Like the hammer of Tiantian, strokes of golden lightning suddenly struck from the sky. In an instant, several cultivators on the ground were blasted into smithereens. The people in Four Corner City were very excited. Particularly the people whose cultivation levels were higher. It was their original objective for visiting Four Corner City, after all. They came to cultivate in the city to see stronger people, after all. Now that they saw the mighty figures of the village, they were certainly not disappointed. However, the top figures of the Shangqing domain had already recognized Four Corner Village. Just who was still feeling dissatisfied? To actually come after practitioners from Four Corner Village. Did they not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Then, the color of the sky changed. The people in Four Corner City lifted their heads. The sky above the city was completely covered in an oppressive aura. It was as if the end of the world had come and was incredibly terrifying. The hearts of those who had reached the Renhuang level trembled. A big shot had arrived and was above them. The Great Path's powerful might emanating from this person felt like it was on a whole different level. Which big shot of the Shangqing domain had come? Then, 2 people appeared in 2 different locations in the sky at the same time. Around the area where they stood, frightening images appeared. Around one of the 2 persons that appeared, dragons howled, and clouds stirred as the person transformed into a holy and divine giant dragon. Behind the other person, a pagoda that could crush the world converged. The pagoda had 9 levels, and a ray of suppressive light shot downward. The entire Four Corner City was suppressed under its might. Behind them, a group of cultivators followed. They were all incredibly powerful figures, and they stepped into Four Corner City at the same time. While Blind Tai could not see, he could sense them. He turned toward them. The light was blinding, and even though he could not see, he could feel the blinding divine light. Blind Tai knew that 2 big shots had arrived. However, his expression was the same. He stood there like an iron tower. Who goes there? Blind Tai shouted, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Underneath him, Futian and the others stood there. When he saw the people who appeared, Futian seemed calm, but a tinge of coldness could be seen in the glint in his eyes. He recognized the two big shots who had arrived. They were not big shots of the Shangqing domain. Instead, they came from the Donghua domain. They had come for him. The great Yang ancient royal family's overlord from the Donghua domain Emperor Yang and Ling Yun's, the Lingxiao Palace's palace lord in Donghua domain's Donghua heavens. They had actually come to Four Corner City to find him. However, the grudge between them did not reach the point where they would give their lives to get even with him. Even if one were to ignore everything that happened back then at the Donghua banquet and only focused on what happened after Futian murdering one of the parties in the marriage alliance between the two major factions, the prince of the great Yang ancient royal family and with the groom's bride escort team of the great Yang ancient royal family would never let him go. After all, the marriage had fallen apart. Moreover, at that time, he displayed a strength that could kill a cultivator on the 9th plane level. As such, the people who appeared were naturally only incredibly powerful big shots. Otherwise, they'd have no chance of taking him down. Not to mention the fact that Futian now also had the backing of Four Corner Village. As such, two powerful big shots had to kill him. I come from the Donghua domain. Futian is a wanted person in our Donghua domain. He had committed an unforgivable crime in the Donghua domain. Our domain lord personally issued this wanted notice. We come today to bring him back to the Donghua domain, said Emperor Yang, his voice causing the entire sky to tremble. Everyone in Four Corner City could hear his voice. They were incredibly shocked. They had also heard of Futian of the Four Corner Village before. They had heard that this person was instrumental in the changes that took place at the Four Corner Village. They never expected that he was a wanted person from the Donghua domain. Now, two powerful big shots from the Donghua domain had come to get him. He is now a resident of our village, said Blind Tai. Clearly, Four Corner Village would not hand him over, they would protect Futian. It looks like there's no need to waste time talking anymore. Ling Yunzi, the palace lord of the Lingxiao Palace, took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a suffocating force slammed downward and covered the entirety of Four Corner City. The sky looked like it was about to crumble. The 9-level Ling Xiao Pagoda stirred the sky and, as if all the power of the Great Path had merged into it, from beneath the pagoda, a ray of divine light shot down toward Blind Tai. The dull sound caused heaven and earth to shake violently. In only a moment, multiple buildings in Four Corner City were destroyed. Countless gazes focused on the area right beneath the pagoda. Blind Tai's body seemed like it had transformed into a tiantian. Countless beams of divine light of the Great Path came from every direction and landed on his body. Then, he brandished his divine hammer and swung it up toward the sky, trampling over everything in the world, divine hammer of the protector. When the two attacks collided with each other, the sky seemed to split. Bright lights filled the sky, and Blind Tai's tiantian-like body was sent flying down. He slammed feet first into the ground, creating a huge and deep hole in the ground. His plane level was slightly lower. He was a Ren Huang of the 8th plane with a perfect grade Great Path. Ling Yunzi lowered his head to glance at Blind Tai. Practitioners with perfect grade Great Paths were very hard to deal with. Their blood forces were infinitely exuberant and powerful. Their spiritual soul or physical bodies could be considered perfect. Reaching the 8th plane level meant that he was very close to the peak. Even he could not directly kill him. Just as he prepared to strike again, Emperor Yang beside him also took a step forward. Many cultivators inside Four Corner City rose into the sky. They were all here to deal with Futian's group. This time, two big shots were leading the lot from the Shangqing domain. Vong. Then, at that moment, rays of light spread all across the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and saw a figure high up in the sky. The figure stood there as bright divine lights spread from his body. It was beautiful and absolutely captivating. The divine lights spread to 8 sides of Four Corner City like spatial doors flying in their own direction. Before long, Everyone could see that the divine lights of the great path that had spread in several directions were now rippling and flowing in the sky. The spatial doors seemed to have merged and transformed into one giant spatial light screen that spanned across and covered the entire four-corner city. This is sealing the city. The people in Four-Corner City saw the scene unfold before them in utter shock. The figure standing high in the sky had directly sealed Four-Corner City. He sealed the city using the great path of space, not allowing anyone to exit the city. No one would have expected a high-level battle like this taking place in Four-Corner City only after a little more than a year since its founding. Moreover, a being close to being a god actually existed and had sealed Four-Corner City. More people appeared. Fangari and Shakue also appeared. Fangari moved to Yi Futian and his group's side and said to the teenagers, "Come to my side." Fang Kun and the others walked to Fangari's side. Then, an individual space was formed to protect the teenagers. When the people of Four-Corner City saw that, they vaguely understood what was going on. It looked like Four-Corner Village was already prepared. Moreover, the objective of their first large-scale battle was to establish themselves as a force not to be reckoned with. Four-Corner Village people knew that powers from the outside world had their own devious plans and schemes. So, they would use this battle to establish themselves and show the world that they should stop thinking about Four-Corner Village. Four-Corner Village had come prepared. Naturally, Emperor Yang and the Lingxiao Palace Lord were aware of this. They came after the people from the Shangqing domain invited them to deal with Yi Futian. They knew that they were being used. However, despite knowing that, they still came. The only reason was that Yi Futian needed to be killed. It could not wait any longer. It had not yet been that long since Yi Futian annihilated the groom's bride escort team. Now, he had joined the Four-Corner Village and gained himself an amazing position. He now had a strong backing. If things were to continue like this, considering Yi Futian's talent and potential, he would only become even more difficult to deal with in the future. Also, noting the grudge between them, by the time Yi Futian grew strong enough, he would never forgive them so easily. Yi Futian would most certainly seek revenge. As such, even if they knew they were being used, they had still come. Moreover, they had to come personally. Otherwise, they would have no chance of killing Yi Futian. Our Four-Corner Village encounters an assault the first time we enter the world. Since that is the case, we will kill all who came and took part today. No mercy. Old Ma said loudly with a cold tone. A murderous aura shrouded the entire Four-Corner City. If they did not start killing today, the Four-Corner Village would have a hard time growing in the future. Roar! Just as Old Ma finished speaking, the howl of the dragon in the sky filled the air and caused the sky to shake violently. The practitioners in all corners of Four-Corner City felt as if their spiritual souls were going to crumble. The dragon's howl had the strength to destroy heaven and earth. The frightening sound waves in the sky surged towards Old Ma's location like a heavenly river. Old Ma raised his arm and struck his palm out. In an instant, countless overlapping sky dews appeared. With that, the frightening shockwaves of the great path gradually dissipated until there was nothing left. A bright and beautiful beam of purplish-golden light shot down from the sky. An unparalleled purplish-gold storm appeared in the sky. The storm became increasingly terrifying as it sucked everything around it towards it. Then, the onlookers suddenly found out that Old Ma had disappeared. He had been sucked into the terrifying storm, the Dragon Storm. The area seemed to have become Emperor Yang's world. A gigantic divine dragon appeared. Its head was as big as a mountain. It looked down toward Old Ma. On the dragon's head stood Emperor Yang with his hands behind his back. He looked at Old Ma with a murderous gaze. They were going to kill Yi Futian. No one could stop them. Within the storm, Old Ma seemed exceptionally small. The giant dragons moved down and directly devoured an entire area. A destructive dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The tiny figure inside the storm seemed unable to withstand that force. The demon dragon had devoured the sky. In an instant, Old Ma was devoured into the belly of the frightening divine dragon. Emperor Yang frowned. He felt uneasy. That was too easy. A person of that caliber would never be so easily defeated. Old Ma did not even try to block the attack and had directly entered the dragon's belly. Divine light filled his eyes. Then, the dragon's scales were covered in a frightening golden radiance and had become tough and indestructible. At the same time, another terrifying force appeared inside the dragon's belly. Before long, beams of spatial light started to seep out of the dragon's belly as if they were going to burst out. The light became stronger and stronger. The divine and holy dragon scales could not hold off those beams of light. When the lights pierced through the dragon's body, it looked as if the divine dragon's body was being cut open by the divine light of space little by little. Vong! There was a blinding burst of light. Then, the dragon's body was destroyed. Old Ma glanced at Emperor Yang. The next moment, rays of divine light shot out from his body. It looked as if multiple divine doors of space were peeled off from his body and had appeared in several different spots. They hung in the air and covered the vast space within it. Within those divine doors of space, a frightening space storm appeared. What was more frightening was that Old Ma's body was still releasing rays of divine light. The number of divine doors of space kept increasing. It was as if they were endless. Emperor Yang frowned. He sensed the power of the divine doors of space. Every single divine door seemed to possess an infinite amount of the power of the great path of space. The next moment, divine lights covered the sky, and countless divine doors of space shot towards Emperor Yang, completely wiping out the area around him. One of the 7 great divine techniques of the Four-Corner Village, the incredibly powerful divine technique of releasing countless divine doors of space, eternal space, also known as space exile. Cultivators who had reached the peak of their cultivation level could send people into exile inside the deep and endless world of space, leaving them inside for the rest of their lives. People who had reached the level of a divine being could even create an entire world of space. The Tiantian created this divine technique. If the Tiantian were to use it, who knew how strong it could be? In a brief moment, Emperor Yang was stuck inside an endless overlapping space. The scene sent those watching underneath the sky into utter shock. They could only see Emperor Yang's figure becoming blurrier and smaller as if he was no longer in the same world. So powerful. The hearts and minds of the people in Four-Corner City shook violently. Emperor Yang was an incredibly powerful figure from the Donghua domain. Was he going to be killed just like this? At that time, a huge and horrid battle was ongoing in another location. Ling Yunzi was also an incredibly strong figure. His strength could not be doubted, however, he was completely restrained. Blind Tai, Shi Kuei, and Jiyu Kuei, these 3 powerful cultivators, fought him at the same time. While the 3 had not yet reached the peak of the Renhuang Plain, every one of them was an 8th plane level being with a perfect grade Great Path who possessed amazing combat strength. Shi Kuei possessed the ancient divine immortal form and was already an incredible figure several years ago. He had the opportunity to step into the outside world. However, the outside world was too dangerous, and many who had left the village had met their demise. As such, he did not leave and decided to continue cultivating and training until he reached the peak plane level. With an immortal body, he could easily storm and dominate the world. Who could kill him by then? At the same time, he was also one of the people who strongly agreed to the Four-Corner Village entering the world. He had longed for this day since a long time ago. Naturally, he did not want to leave and not be able to return. Shi Kuei was undoubtedly powerful. The attack and defense of the starry great ape that he summons were unparalleled. Combining them with Blind Tai's unrivaled attack power, the 3 cultivators were able to fight and restrain Ling Yunzi. Four-Corner Village's potential is too scary. The people inside Four-Corner City lifted their heads to watch the battles. Several incredibly strong mighty figures with perfect grade Great Paths, Four-Corner Village was indeed a place watched over by the gods. If any one of them could take one step further, a whole new world would open up to them. However, it was said that it was a lot more difficult for people with perfect grade Great Paths to pass this last plane level hurdle. In the Divine Prefecture, many talented geniuses were stuck on this plane. Since their great paths were the perfect grade and the 9th plane level was the peak of the Renhuang, this meant that passing that hurdle would make one a truly perfect Renhuang. Those who make it through would become a mega powerful figure who could found a new top faction. After that, Progressing further would become even harder. They would need to go through divine tribulations. Rumor has it that not many in the entire Shangqing domain had done that. The actual number was probably only known by those who stood on the top. Apart from these people, Four Corner Village also had several Renhuang-level figures who could cultivate. However, they had not yet entered the high-level Renhuang stage. They were targeting those who intended to take action earlier. While protecting the four teenagers, Fang Gari was also moving forward. His divine consciousness covered a vast space, and he stretched out his hand toward a group of Renhuang not far from him. Then, the next moment, he directly appeared not that far away in front of the group. Following that, a bright and beautiful divine light surrounded his opponents. The cultivators moved backward in an attempt to leave but immediately discovered that they had been trapped inside a separate space world and were unable to leave. The next moment, they found out that their bodies had shrunk significantly, and they were trapped inside a miniature world. Fang Gari stretched out his arm towards them, and then he closed his palm to make a fist. In that instant, the miniature world was crushed, along with the practitioners inside it. Amazing, Fang Gari said. It looked like his 1 year of cultivation was not wasted. Unlike the others, the Fang family only truly awakened and inherited the divine techniques from Fang Kun's generation. As for himself, he had not awakened the inheritance, and his strength was the result of a year's worth of cultivating with the help of Yi Futian. Fang Gari felt that, in a village where the worldly rules changed greatly, and at his age and plane level, to progress so much that he was able to evolve, it was an amazing opportunity. He could not do anything but admit that that wily old fox, Old Ma, really had foresight. To pick out Yi Futian immediately back then and to have little Ling bring him back. Retreat, said the cultivators. After that, they began to retreat. However, Four Corner City was already sealed. Where could they go? Fang Gari took a step forward and said, "Since you're already here, there's no need to leave." At that time, Yi Futian also appeared in another direction. The few Renhuangs who were there were the Renhuangs who first targeted them and exposed their auras. Their factions were still unknown. Their eyes were cold when they saw Yi Futian arrive. While Yi Futian was somewhat famous in the Shangqing domain, not many people knew Yi Futian's actual strength. They only knew that he made great contributions in the Four Corner Village. To most, he was just a Renhuang at the 5th plane level. Without delay, the group initiated their attacks. Great path attacks shot through the air, straight towards Yi Futian. Strokes of golden divine light transformed into swords, and gigantic palms struck from the sky. Destructive light of the great path shrouded Yi Futian's body, and multiple attacks were thrown at him as the cultivators wanted to take him out instantly. If they took down Yi Futian, they would still have a chance to leave. However, at that moment, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by beautiful divine lights. All the great path attacks were stopped in their tracks. The attacks roared and loud noises reverberated in the air, however, they did not even manage to shake Yi Futian a little. He stood there quietly. Odd-looking beams of divine light appeared around his body and destroyed all the great path attacks targeting him. Yi Futian stood there, and whistling sounds of swords swooshing about could be heard. A terrifying storm of sword chi suddenly appeared in the vast sky. It looked like all the great path current in this area had transformed into sword chi. Multiple swords glided around in the sky. Yi Futian glanced at his opponents. Then, the swords charged. In an instant, countless blades of light filled the sky as if trying to tear apart the entire world. The practitioners were instantly crushed into nothingness. Dead. Further away, a few Renhuangs began to move backward. They wanted to escape. Their two powerful big-shot leaders were completely restrained, and Four Corner City was sealed. They had a horrible feeling and had no intention to linger. Yi Futian looked at them. Whistling sounds came from the sky, and the sword chi swooped across thousands of miles. The next moment, above Yi Futian, swords pierced through the sky, leaving multiple beautiful sword gashes in the sky. The people far away cast a powerful great path of defense power to block his attack. However, with a flash, the swords punctured through their bodies easily. With Yi Futian's current cultivation level, Renhuangs below the 9th plane level were no match for him. As for anyone below the high-level Renhuang stage, they were like ants. Futian raised his head and glanced at those who fled. Some of them had never taken action nor revealed their aura before. If they escaped into the crowd, they might never be found. However, since they had come for Four Corner Village, their guilt was certain. Swords roared between heaven and earth as they rose to traverse hundreds of miles of distance. They were gone in a moment. Futian's body suspended in the air as brilliant divine light bloomed from him. His body seemed to have turned into the light itself. He then moved forward with incredible speed. A group of people was escaping but seemed to have sensed something. As they turned their heads to look back, they saw a terrifying demonic light directly rained on them, and in the next moment, they turned to ash. Is he that strong? It was the first time that people in Four Corner City had ever seen Futian making a move, and it was more powerful than they could have imagined. All these Renhuang were like insignificant insects that couldn't counter the divine light of the great path he released. A Renhuang of the 8th realm turned to face Futian, both of his palms pushed forward at the same time. Suddenly, a golden divine matrix appeared in front of him, bursting with incomparable radiance. It slammed toward Futian with great oppression. Futian's body continued moving forward. There seemed to be a divine illusion of the peacock that appeared. The divine light released from his body was demonic and radiant. Countless rays of divine light rained down and broke through the divine matrix immediately. He then penetrated the body of the other. The man's face paled as his body turned into speckles of light, disappearing without a trace. A powerful existence of Renhuang in the 8th realm gone in a single blow. Many people trembled violently. Was this Futian's true strength? They had heard that this man had great luck. The village was different after his arrival as he played an important role in the changes in Four Corner Village. Later, he joined Four Corner Village and became a key figure, even replacing its previous leader, Muyun Long. Because of him, the village expelled Muyun Long. There were even rumors that Futian had accepted 4 disciples. These 4 disciples had all inherited the village's divine techniques. It was conceivable of the kind of status he would occupy in the village. When these 4 disciples of his come into their own, becoming the village leaders, he would be greatly respected as their master. But that day was still far away into the future, and perhaps he would have already become even more powerful by then. Futian continued moving forward, chasing those in the other direction. But he saw that there was a mighty atmosphere permeated in front of him. A group of men stood in the sky, with extremely powerful cultivation. These people took action and intervened, helping Futian and the others to intercept those who were fleeing. The sight in front of him caused Futian to stop. He looked ahead and saw that these cultivators seemed to have woven a great net, which caught those fleeing cultivators. For a moment, the sound of collision rang through heaven and earth. It didn't take long for the confrontation to be over. Those who fled were all terminated, and the head of those who performed the termination spoke loud and clear, "Search all of Four Corner City. Arrest anyone who plotted against Four Corner Village. You may execute them on the spot." The man's tone was cold and contained a strong murderous intent. It was as if he shared the same indignation as Four Corner Village, which made Futian wonder if the man was also from the village. However, he had cultivated in Four Corner Village for a couple of years now, and he was pretty sure he did not know the man, as this man was not a cultivator of the village. But at this time, the few in the lead walked in the void and came to Futian's side. They saluted Futian and Fangari, who was behind him. "The Zhong family from Qingyang continent. Now that we have entered the Four Corner City to cultivate, we pledge ourselves to your cause." Futian understood everything immediately. It seemed that he was a cultivator from the outside, wanting to establish a good relationship with Four Corner Village. For this reason, he did not hesitate to risk offending the forces who came to attack Four Corner Village this time. Those people may very well be from other major forces. In doing what they did, the Zhong family risked becoming a target themselves. It appeared that they wanted to take this opportunity to befriend the village. "If this is the case, we are much indebted to you." Fangari nodded slightly and did not rebuff their gesture. Although he had never left Four Corner Village before, He knew enough about things of the world and was well read. He knew much more than most people inside the village. More importantly, he was astute, as could be deduced from his treatment of old Ma and Yi Futian. For that, Fang Gari understood their intentions. Now that the four-corner village had officially emerged as a principality for cultivation, this was their first major battle out of their little corner of the world. Four-corner city was built around four-corner village, so it was quite natural for it to be an affiliated territory of four-corner village. In any case, all that had trespassed was destiny. If four-corner village wanted to be part of the world, it must develop and grow, even recruiting more people from the outside to cultivate at four-corner village and contribute to the city. It was also necessary to gain control of the four-corner city not to miss any opportunities when the village itself started to develop. The Zhong family in Qingyang continent was a power familial principality that was an absolute ruler of its own domain. However, they had reached the peak of where they were, and it was difficult for them to make further advancement unless they were attached to an even greater force. However, all the principalities within the upper nine heavens in Shangqing domain had long been formed. Even though the Zhong family was a power of the first class on a continent, they were still nothing by the standards of the upper nine heavens. There were many other forces at the same level as they were, and some even stronger. It wouldn't be difficult for them to gain a foothold, but it would be difficult for them to get ahead. Therefore, they needed an opportunity. After learning about what had transpired in Four Corner Village, countless people from the Shangqing domain migrated to build the city. The clan chief of the Zhong family knew that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and they couldn't afford to miss it. So, they abandoned everything they had built in Qingyang continent and moved the entire family here. The first group that arrived in the Four Corner City participated in the construction of the city, had developed and grown in the process. With the strong backing of their familial power, they had already gained incredible control inside Four Corner City. This time, they finally caught a break. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he acted decisively and gave the order to search for those fugitives inside Four Corner City to get on the good side of Four Corner Village. What came after that would depend on fate. Men plan, but heaven decides. Boom! At this moment, a shocking collision came from the sky, and the entire Four Corner City shuddered violently. Yi Futian raised his head and looked yonder, only to see Emperor Yang had broken free from the power of spatial exile. A towering divine light burst out from him, which made Yi Futian feel that there was a divine power in the center of that glow. It was a terrifying divine power. Divine item. Yi Futian exclaimed silently. Many of these major forces possessed divine items, which served as their last resort. The Millet Emperor had the Watchtower, and the ancient royal family of Yang, being an extremely ancient royal power, must have inherited some invaluable treasures. However, Emperor Yang didn't take it to Donghua banquet. After all, he probably didn't expect that a war of that level would erupt at the banquet. However, this time was different. He had taken into account the potential danger of this trip and came prepared. In order to avoid unforeseen situations, he carried the treasure on his person this time so that he was able to break free of the spatial exiled power. However, the battle did not seem to have stopped. Above that high sky, terrifying divine lights collided. Everyone inside Four Corner City felt that the sky and the earth were about to collapse. It was not simply an illusion. The sky and the earth seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart in a frightful battle scene. Old Ma actually fought against Emperor Yang, who was aided by the divine item, and he did not lose, Yi Futian secretly marveled. However, this divine item was probably not more powerful than the Watchtower. The Millet Emperor and the Watchtower were almost integrated into one entity. A devastating storm encompassed an area of great radius. It was tinged with an extreme sense of oppression. It seemed as if the sky was about to fall down. Of course, this level of warfare was alarming. If the battlefield were inside Four Corner City, the city would surely be razed to the ground. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that power of suffocation. Break! A great roar came from above the firmament, followed by a dragon chant. The purple-golden divine light pierced through the sky, shattering the ceiling power and breaking the spatial power that had closed up this area. Retreat, Emperor Yang said as Ling Yunzi left the battlefield to follow him. He turned into a beam of light, fleeing toward the far distance. In a blink of an eye, two beams of light disappeared between heaven and earth at the same time, leaving Four Corner City in ruin. Chapter 21-27, of the World. Still watching the two disappearing figures, Old Ma said loudly, "From today on, cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yang and Lingxiao Palace of Shangqing Domain are strictly forbidden to set foot on the Four Corner continent. Any violators will be killed on sight. If there is a next time, I will bring the cultivators from our village for a visit." His voice could be heard for thousands of miles. Although no one chased after them, these two must have heard what he said. This was a warning to them that if today's situation were to repeat itself, they would pay a visit to the Great Yang Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace. By then, the battlefield would no longer be limited just to Four Corner City. The people in Four Corner City raised their heads to look at the sky. Those men were plainly dressed but displayed extraordinary power. This battle was enough to prove the formidable strength of Four Corner Village. Moreover, the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village hadn't even lifted a finger this time. It was said that there was a teacher in Four Corner Village who was truly the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village, but no one from the outside had seen him. No one knew where he came from or how he ended up there. In fact, not many in the entire Shangqing domain had seen him. Nanhai Wuji, the great elder of the Nanhai family, had once asked for an audience with the teacher but was refused by Old Ma because he was unworthy to meet with the teacher. Those involved in the attack today, we will only go after those who entered the city and not chase after the force behind them. On the same note, if this ever happens again, no matter who it is, Four Corner Village will pursue the matter to the end. Old Ma looked at the sky below and saw that the Zhong family was still making arrests. But this time, he was not planning on investigating which forces were behind the scenes or involved. Today, Four Corner Village's unveiling was a show of force, and the others were testing them. They used the two major forces in Shangqing Domain as scouts. As the first battle by Four Corner Village as a principality, the purpose of the showdown had been achieved. Old Ma understood that if they insisted on pursuing the matter, many others were involved. But this battle was a warning to them. As for those who came here, he would not extend any courtesy to them. The loss of their lives would be used as a reminder for those who came after them. The Zhong family possessed great strength, and the net that they cast inside Four Corner City had captured many of the offenders. Old Ma and the others landed inside the Four Corner City. By now, this area had already been destroyed. There were ruins everywhere. It was as if all the efforts to build it had been in vain. However, the significance of this battle could not be measured simply by the destruction of a city. Cultivators were able to build cities quickly. If a significant amount of manpower was dispatched, a small city could arise from the ground in a single day. Fang Gari had now allowed Fang Kun and a few other youths out of the village. All of them had witnessed the battle that occurred just now, and the young people had a more realistic understanding of cultivation. Was that the kind of battle between powerful cultivators? Indeed, they were still too young. There was too vast of a gap for them to catch up. Tai Chu looked at Old Ma and his father with admiration. He didn't expect Grandpa Ma and his dad to be so strong. This battle was enough to leave a deep impression on the hearts of these young people. "Grandpa, which one of you is better?" Fang Kun asked Fang Gari. "Look at you." Fang Gari gave him a little tap on his head. But then Fang Kun looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Master, tell me if you can beat both of them." "Of course, I'm not as good as Grandpa Ma or your own grandfather," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Your strength has opened the eyes of old guys like us. Such a realm of cultivation with such combat power. In a few years, us old guys will be far behind you," Fang Gari commented. Yi Futian's display of power had surprisingly delighted them. "Well, in the future, the village will still depend on you young people," Old Ma said. The teacher could only be the guardian of the village. But if Four Corner Village wanted to expand, it must rely on the growth of Yi Futian and these young people. Now, Four Corner Village was blessed by its ancestors' great path. It enjoyed a unique environment for cultivation. It was difficult for it not to rise. Hey, master, you must teach me and not hide anything, Fang Kun said expectantly. Of course, Yi Futian reassured him. Fang Kun was stunned. His face fell, and those around them had smiles on theirs. People in the distance were watching them from afar. It seemed that it was a foregone conclusion that Shangqing domain would have one more major principality, and no one could stop it from happening. Before long, Zhong Yi, the head of the Zhong family, brought a group of men over and said, "Sir, out of those who have been exposed, some have been killed on the spot for resisting. These are the ones we captured. What do you want to do with them?" "Kill them," Fang Gari said coldly. "Very well." Zhong Yi nodded, then turned around with his men. He quickly put an end to the rest of them. Fang Gari and the others made a secret note to themselves as they watched Zhong Yi handle this piece of nasty business. He had formidable cultivation and was ruthless in action. He was a man with great resolve. Doing so also burned bridges. If he ever left the four-corner city, he would be everyone's target. Zhong Yi stood there after he returned. Although he said nothing, Old Ma and the others understood as they looked at each other. Fang Gari took the initiative and asked, "This four-corner city was built around Four-Corner Village and is named the same. We will just come straight to the point. What is your name?" "Zhong Yi," the other replied. "Zhong Yi, from now on, you will be in charge of Four-Corner City, and you will be allowed to build your own force inside Four-Corner City. You may enter Four-Corner Village to cultivate. In addition, you may select those with outstanding and suitable talents for us to assess and evaluate whether they may also enter Four-Corner Village to cultivate. Of course, this matter is not urgent. You should focus on getting the city under control first." "Yes," Zhong Yi nodded slightly. He knew he had succeeded. From this moment on, he worked for Four-Corner Village, and he could enter the village to cultivate. It was just as he had planned. Since Four-Corner had now entered the world, it must consider expanding and becoming stronger, and as such, it must absorb powerful cultivators from the outside to strengthen itself. Now, this matter fell on him, which was of great significance. "From now on, you will be the external deacon of Four-Corner Village," Old Ma added. "Thank you, Elder." Zhong Yi bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Old Ma was someone of influence. Even someone like him had to bow down in front of someone like Old Ma. Old Ma did this to preserve Zhong Yi. Since Zhong Yi had basically thrown in his own lot with theirs, he couldn't very well leave him out in the cold. What's more, Four-Corner Village was indeed in need of useful people now. First of all, to enter the world and participate in cultivation, they couldn't keep staying in the village and stay blind to everything that happened outside. Everything about the outside world must be well understood. From the instant they decided to venture outside of the village, many things needed to be done. In the village, beside the teacher, Old Ma and the other 6 were in charge, acting as the elders in Four-Corner Village. Now there was no village chief yet appointed, so Old Ma was acting as the senior elder. The teacher was the most suitable person as the village chief, but since he demurred, the position was vacant. Fang Gari and the others had intended to elect Old Ma as the village chief, but Old Ma disagreed. Now, to designate Zhong Yi as an external deacon meant he would work for them on all affairs related to the outside. In the future, they would need to recruit a group of cultivators, like Zhong Yi, as their external agents. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. In order to become a powerful character, each person their own pursuit, and not everyone was willing to serve Four-Corner Village like Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi came to Four-Corner Village because he and his family had reached a bottleneck and sought a new opportunity. So, they came here to serve the village, looking for their chance. Old Ma didn't say much. He looked at Blind Tai next to him and said, "Go to the village and cast a few weapons. Later, they will be placed in Four-Corner City. I will arrange a spatial seal power inside the city to cover the periphery. Only the main entrance of the city may be used to enter and exit the city, and those who enter the city will need to be screened and controlled in the future." "Good," Blind Tai nodded. "Yes." Zhong Yi also took the order and saw Old Ma levitate into the air. An astonishing divine light bloomed from him, turning into an infinite light screen above the sky. He was getting ready to lock the city and encapsulated Four-Corner City. As such, except for powerful figures who could break free and come and go as they pleased, anyone else who wanted to make trouble in the city would not be able to escape so easily with the entrance guarded. It didn't take long for the people in Four Corner City to feel a mighty aura. A radiant divine light shrouded the boundless space. Above the very high part of the sky, a pale golden light appeared, but it was hard to see it with the naked eye because it was so high. Although Old Ma had shrouded the city, it would not affect normal operations and combat in the air, so he had sealed it from a high altitude. Watching all this happening, Futian felt some emotion inside. He had originally wanted to enter the city lord's office to cultivate, but he was humiliated instead. Even the city lord himself wanted to kill him. By coincidence or fate, he entered Four Corner Village, a cultivating holy land out of this world. However, now that Four Corner Village was part of the cultivating world, everything that happened today symbolized another new beginning. Four Corner Village had formally entered the world and began to develop its influence. Four Corner City began to rebuild. The Zhong family that migrated from Qingyang continent also began constructing the city lord's office and organizing forces within the city. Four Corner City would be attached to Four Corner Village and become its subsidiary power, but this was not due to the dominant nature of the Four Corner Village. Everyone inside Four Corner City was a conglomeration of different places. What was their intention? It was the common goal of those who had migrated here to cultivate. Four Corner Village being in control of the Four Corner City meant that the city would have the best opportunity for the greatest development, it would grow stronger and become more prosperous. Furthermore, cultivators from Four Corner City would have the best chance to cultivate at Four Corner Village. At this point, the city lord's office had been constructed in a grand manner and occupied a considerable area inside Four Corner City. Four Corner Village commanded Zhong Yi to build the city lord's office and take charge. Naturally, he wanted to do his best he could. Today, the city lord's office had seen prestigious visitors, with many cultivators who wanted to be accepted into the city lord's office so that they may have an opportunity to gain entry into Four Corner Village in the future. Currently, Zhong Yi was entertaining some guests inside the office. It was a lively scene with drinks and chatters, and those who sat with him were powerful cultivators. In his position, it was his job to network with powerful and capable people and forge good relationships with them. He knew very well that many in Four Corner Village were stronger and better than him. He was allowed to make assumptions in this position, not because of his cultivation level but because he was the first person to stand up and do some things for the village. He understood his own position. It was to do real work for Four Corner Village, recruiting more powerful allies, especially those who were much powerful than he was. Since the establishment of the city lord's office, Zhong Yi had enjoyed quite a good reputation in the city. While everyone was enjoying the banquet, someone came in and said, "City Lord." Zhong Yi looked at the man and asked, "What is it?" "There is a Renhuang who said he has something significant and wants to see the city lord," replied the messenger. Zhong Yi was a little surprised, but still, he said, "Let him come here then." "I told him I'd bring him here, but he said that he must see you alone," the messenger replied. Zhong Yi frowned, weighing the matter, then said to everyone, "I need to step out for a brief moment." With that said, Zhong Yi followed the man and came to a courtyard. However, there was no one there when he arrived. On the stone table in the yard, there was a package. Zhong Yi frowned and walked over to open it. There was a single line written on a piece of paper. It was accompanied by a jade slip, which seemed to be sealed by a forbidding force. Zhong Yi frowned as he read the content of the message. He expanded his divine consciousness, attempting to track down the person but could detect no one suspicious around the city lord's office. The person was long gone, and it was clear that his cultivation was considerable. Zhong Yi held the jade slip in one hand as he crushed the letter in the other. He had a feeling that this matter was fraught with danger. If he were to follow instructions, he might get involved in a conspiracy. However, if he refused, the consequences were not something he could be responsible for. When his thoughts turned to this, Zhong Yi returned to the banquet and took his leave of the people there. He then left the city lord's office and headed towards the mountain range where Four Corner Village was located. This jade slip was not for him, but he was instructed to deliver it to a man inside the village. These days, Futian often cultivated quietly in the village and gave lessons to its young people, even instructed them on the divine techniques. He was the only one who could see all 7 great divine techniques, so even though he did not directly inherit these divine techniques, he was the only one who knew the 7 great divine techniques the best. Under the ancient tree, Futian sat there looking at a figure in front of him. Fang Kun was cultivating, trying to incorporate the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique into his abilities. Not far away, a man walked over. It was Fangari. He stood there quietly, with his hands behind his back, watching Fang Kun cultivating. "Uncle Fang." Futian turned his head and smiled as he saw Fangari. But Fangari seemed not to have heard him as he kept his eyes on Fang Kun. "Uncle Fang." Futian was a little surprised. People at Fangari's level usually didn't get this distracted. Fangari came to his senses just then. He looked at Futian and smiled. Seeing his smile, Futian asked, "Uncle Fang has something on his mind?" "Not at all." Fangari shook his head. Seeing Futian regarded him with some doubts, Fangari said with a smile, "These days, everything feels a little unreal. The village changed so much, and I haven't gotten used to it yet." Futian smiled and nodded. Fangari was shrewd, but he had never left the village before, so it was normal for him to be unaccustomed. "Uncle Fang will get used to it soon," Futian said. Fangari nodded. Looking at Fang Kun, he said, "The boy is stubborn, and all was made possible because of you. We might still need to trouble you to look after him in the future." "Why is Uncle Fang suddenly so formal?" Futian teased. "Since I have accepted this little guy as my disciple, I will do all that I can for him. I am not worried." Fangari nodded. "By the way, I heard that there are some treasures from the outside world that can be used to communicate through thin air, is that right?" "Yes, I have one on me," Futian nodded. "I'm thinking we might need to get some for the people in the village. This way, it would be more convenient." Fangari said, "I will go to the city lord's office to see what they can do." "Very well," Futian nodded. Fangari took another look at Fang Kun before he turned to leave. Futian watched Fangari depart and felt that he seemed a little odd today. However, he couldn't really put his finger on it. Fangari went to the city lord's office and did indeed obtain a set of communication treasures. He gave them to Old Ma and the others so that they could communicate with each other. The next day, Futian was in his own yard when Fang Kun's voice was heard. "Master!" Fang Kun shouted from outside. "Come," Futian answered. Fang Kun entered the courtyard and said to Futian, "Master, my grandpa is acting strange." "How is he strange?" Futian's heart jumped. He had the same feeling yesterday. "Today, he suddenly said a lot of strange things to me, asking me to take care of myself and follow Master from now on and listen to the Master, and then he left the village. I have a feeling that something is happening to Grandpa," Fang Kun said, worried. He was at a sensitive age and came to Futian immediately. "Let's go see Grandpa Ma." Futian instantly got up and took Fang Kun. As they walked directly forward, they shortly appeared at Old Ma's house. When Futian expressed what he had observed and what Fang Kun had said, Old Ma's face changed. "What's happening?" Old Ma murmured. "I don't know," Futian said. "Yesterday, Zhongyi came to the village looking for him." Old Ma said, "Let's go." The group headed outside the village with incredible speed. As they came out of Four Corner Village, Old Ma expanded his divine consciousness, covering an endless, vast area. Countless sights were imprinted in his mind, and Four Corner City was laid out before his eyes. However, he did not find Fangari anywhere. He took Futian and Fang Kun and came to the city lord's office in one step. Zhongyi bowed slightly and paid his respects when he saw the arrival of Old Ma. "Greetings to the elder. What did you want with Fangari that day?" Old Ma asked him coldly, with a pressure of might in his voice. Zhongyi sensed that something was amiss, so he bowed respectfully and replied, "I received a package the day before, and there was a letter and a sealed jade slip. The letter instructed me to give the jade slip to Elder Fang and not mention it to anyone. This matter was of great importance to Elder Fang, and if I delayed the matter, Elder Fang would surely blame me, and I would not be able to shoulder the consequences myself. Old Ma looked intently at Zhongyi and saw that the man didn't seem to lie, nor did he need to lie. Zhongyi shouldn't be blamed for this. Under the circumstances, he didn't have any choice. After all, he didn't know what the jade slip was about. What could make Uncle Fang leave without saying anything? Yi Futian asked. There is only one possibility. Old Ma looked into the distance with icy eyes. It seemed that there were still forces in the dark unwilling to give up, still plotting for the divine techniques. What? Yi Futian asked. Fang Huan, Fang Kun's father. Old Ma said, Four Corner Village has changed so much, but Fang Kun's father has not appeared. Now, even Fang Gari has disappeared. There could only be one possibility. Next to them, Fang Kun's face suddenly changed as he clenched his fists, looking very anxious. Yi Futian noticed his change and put his hand on Fang Kun's shoulder. Master, Fang Kun looked up at Yi Futian. Your grandpa has a high level of cultivation, and nothing will happen to him. They probably just wanted the divine technique, Yi Futian said. The first sentence was to comfort the boy. If someone dared to make a move, they probably came prepared and backed by major principality. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare. Fang Gari must have understood it himself, and worried that he would not be able to come back, hence the things he said. Fang Kun nodded as if to comfort himself, but the expression in his eyes was still full of worry. I'll go and take a look, Old Ma said. His body flashed towards the outside, as fast as lightning, disappeared in an instant. While Yi Futian and Fang Kun were waiting, Zhongyi also stood there quietly without saying a word. After some time, Old Ma came back again and did not look well. He shook his head. I didn't find him. Uncle Fang left behind some communication treasures before he left. It must be for delivering messages. We should know who it was soon, Yi Futian said. Old Ma took out something that Fang Gari gave him. Now, all they could do was wait. Chapter 21-29, Solution. Old Ma and the others had no choice but to go back to the village and wait. At the same time, they gathered several key members to discuss what to do next. Soon, everyone in Four Corner Village learned of the news, and many from the village gathered outside Old Ma's courtyard, waiting for any emerging news about Fang Gari. Although the village people occasionally had some altercations with one another, the village was generally harmonious. Fang Gari was well liked by everyone, so people in the village were worried when they learned what might have happened to him. The villagers had often heard that most people who had gone out of the village never made it back due to having met unfortunate ends at the hands of those on the outside. Blind Tai himself, too, only came back after having lost his sight. People in the village had their own thoughts about these incidents, but because the village was isolated from the world outside, these thoughts were largely suppressed. But now that the village was part of the outside world, something like this seemed to have ignited the resentment that had been in their hearts. Were these people on the outside wolves, treating people in this village as prey? Just as the village began to integrate itself into the world, and everyone finally able to cultivate, someone dared to do this to Elder Fang Gari. Old Ma, we have to get Fang Gari back, some of the elders said. Uncle Ma, how is Uncle Fang now? Do you have any news? We better take the initiative to attack. The voices outside came, one after another, all of them tinged with grievances. Old Ma was discussing these matters with Blind Tai, Shi Kuei, and the others in the courtyard. There was no news yet, and they had no idea as to Fang Gari's current situation. As time passed, the courtyard seemed extremely oppressive. At this moment, the treasure that was placed on the stone table suddenly lit up, rays of light were released from it. They flowed to the area above Old Ma's head and formed a light screen. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Old Ma. After Old Ma had received the news, he looked at the crowd and said coldly, indeed, it was a major force in Shangqing Domain, the ancient royal family of Duan, that was holding Fang Huan. They thought Fang Gari would bring Fang Kun, exchanging Fang Huan's life with the divine technique. But Fang Gari went by himself, and now he has fallen in their hands as well. Bam! Blind Tai slapped his hand down on the stone table, and the table immediately shattered. Veins were popping out on his muscular body, and he appeared extremely angry. He thought of the time in the past when he was blinded by someone who claimed to be a brother. Because of his personal experience, he had always loathed those from the outside. This was why he didn't particularly have a good impression of Yi Futian in the beginning. Now, people were plotting against Fangari, still trying to take away the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. These forces had really regarded Four Corner Village as their prey. All of them were watching, and everyone wanted a piece of them. Uncle Fang has also cultivated the divine technique of miniature world. If he hands it over, the Duan family should release them. Now the news had come back, and it's impossible for them to think that we won't avenge this transgression. Although Yi Futian was also very angry, he tried to restrain himself. He had seen many similar instances like this along the way of cultivation. Although Four Corner Village had shown great strength in cultivation, it was a new force. After all, its foundation was not as deep as it needed to be. Those forces were not in fear of them, and all of them wished to take a bite out of Four Corner Village. Especially in today's Shangqing domain, there were already several divine techniques that have been leaked to the outside. For example, the Nanhai family took away the Muyun family, and the palace of the illusory god took the Eye of Reincarnation by force. Therefore, the other principalities had similar ideas, which caused today's situation. The ancient royal family of Duan was an extremely ancient royal family with a long history. It was said to have been descendants of a god with a rich background, belonging to the middle third heaven of the upper 9 heavens. Old Ma appeared in deep thoughts before he said, Fangari was right to obtain the communication treasures before he left. At least it will give the other party something to be concerned with, otherwise, it would have been more dangerous. Since we have received the news of his whereabouts, his life should not be in immediate danger. However, if we were to count the divine hammer of the protector, there are already 3 divine techniques that have been leaked outside. If we allow one more divine technique to the outside, would Four Corner Village still be Four Corner Village? Based on what I know about Fangari, he probably won't hand it over. As he was speaking, he stood up and said, let's take a trip to the Duan family. They didn't seem to have any other choices. The other had taken their people, so they would have to make a personal visit. The ancient royal family of Duan dominated and ruled the giant god's continent with throngs of cultivators. Stepping onto their territory was definitely not a good idea. The overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan possessed incredible cultivation and was one of the strongest people in the Shangqing domain. He was not someone that old Ma could deal with. The teacher couldn't leave Four Corner Village. If they go, they may not be able to complete their mission. I don't think that's a good idea, Yi Futian said, suddenly, and everyone turned their attentions to him. Yi Futian thought for a few moments, then raised his head and said to old Ma, Uncle Ma, are you sure you can get them back from the grasps of the Duan family? Old Ma shook his head. In reality, he had no idea on what level was his combat power. But, the strength of Duan Tianxiong of the royal family of Duan must be at the top level. He was not sure if he could overcome the man. Furthermore, the risk would be elevated if they were to go onto the territory of the other. What are your thoughts? Old Ma asked Yi Futian. The ancient royal family of Duan wants the divine technique and blackmailed us using our own people. If so, why not use their own device against them? Yi Futian responded. As long as we can take an important member of the Duan family, we can ask them for an exchange. Old Ma looked at Yi Futian, and everyone listened carefully as well. Yi Futian had been around for many years and had more experience than they did. Perhaps he could think of some alternatives. How do we get close to the powerful figures inside the Duan family? Old Ma asked. I'll go, Yi Futian said. No way, Old Ma flatly refused that suggestion. I haven't finished yet. Uncle Ma, you can disguise your aura and stay hidden. If anything happens, the most we would need to do is to make the exchange with divine technique. This is what they wanted. The Duan family has not feuded with Four Corner Village, so they will exercise some restraints on their part. As long as they can get the divine technique, they will try to avoid creating a blood vendetta. Yi Futian said slowly, now, if we can't rescue Uncle Fang, we will need to make the exchange, so why not give it a try? While everyone was still hesitating, Yi Futian stretched out his hand as a mask appeared in his palm. As soon as he put it on, the aura on his body undergone some slight changes, and it was a little different from before. At this moment, Yi Futian was like a celestial being, surrounded by celestial light with a bit of celestial aura, full of life's essence. Like this, even if someone from the Duan family had seen me before in Four Corner Village, they might not be able to recognize me. If I can't get close to the core figures of the Duan family, I won't take any action. With Uncle Ma close by as my backup, we ought to give it a try, Yi Futian continued. In addition, we work both angles simultaneously. Leak the news from Four Corner Village that we are sending an envoy to the Duan family to negotiate the release of the hostages so that they dare not act rashly. At the same time, it would serve as a distraction, Yi Futian continued. As long as the Duan family was fully aware that they had already received the information, they would have some concerns restricting their actions. This incident was caused by Zhong Yi. Although he was an unwilling participant in the matter, he mishandled the whole thing. So, let him atone himself as the envoy, said Yi Futian. Even if there was to be war between the two sides, generally, the messenger was exempt, so he would not be in much danger. Everyone contemplated on Yi Futian's words. After a few moments of silence, Old Ma nodded and said, "Okay, Shi Kuei, you are going to leak the information and order Zhong Yi to go and demand their release while I leave in secret with Futian. The others in the village will refrain from leaving during this time and must keep this information to ourselves." Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shi Kuei turned to head out of Four Corner Village. Everyone looked at Yi Futian with a solemn expression and said, "Be careful." Blind Tai sat there quietly. He had wanted to attack them directly, but Yi Futian's suggestion was indeed the better choice. As for Yi Futian, whether it was Blind Tai or anyone else in the village, they had a better understanding of the kind of person he was. This man had proven that he was loyal and worthy. It seemed that Yi Futian truly regarded himself as a member of the village. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, they had recognized Yi Futian, the former outsider, as one of their own. "Old Ma, let's be on our way," Yi Futian said with a smile. Old Ma nodded. The two talked as they walked out. "Master," a voice said. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Fang Kun's eyes were full of tears. He knelt and bowed to Yi Futian. "Get up," Yi Futian chided. Fang Kun raised his head to look at Yi Futian and got up as commanded. "There are no tears in the cultivating world, only strength. As the village elder and your teacher, this is something I should do. No need to kneel." Yi Futian said to Fang Kun, "No matter where you are in your cultivation in the future, just remember to be worthy of your true self." "Yes, Master," Fang Kun replied as he stood there. At this moment, he seemed to have really grown up. "I am going to help bring your grandpa and father back," Yi Futian said with a smile. He then stepped forward. After a few moments, he and Old Ma disappeared as they turned into a light of space, without anyone being the wiser. At the same time, Shi Kuei went to the city lord's office and ordered Zhong Yi to go to the giant god's continent to negotiate. For a while, the news sent shockwaves throughout Four Corner City. No one expected that the ancient royal family of Duan had not given up and continued to covet the divine techniques that belonged to Four Corner Village. In their desperation, they had even taken Fang Gari, the elder of Four Corner Village, and his son as hostages. This time, how would Four Corner Village handle it? Would Four Corner Village, now that it had joined the world, go to the giant god's continent to fight the Duan family? The upper nine heavens in the Shangqing domain was one continent within a vast and endless group. The overall strength of the upper nine heavens continental group had the topmost ranking in the entire Shangqing domain. The giant god's continent was the main continent in the continental group of upper nine heavens, with throngs of strong cultivators. The ancient royal family of Duan was a symbolic power of the giant god's continent as well as its holy land. Recently, news from the giant god's continent that the ancient royal family of Duan had taken the cultivators of Four Corner Village as prisoners. It was said that Fang Huan, a cultivator from Four Corner Village, had killed a cultivator from the ancient Duan family in a confrontation and was arrested by the ancient royal family. His father, Fang Gari, received words that instructed him to use the divine technique he possessed in exchange for his son's freedom. Not only did Fangari of Four Corner Village not turn over the divine techniques, but he had also injured the cultivators of the Duan family and was taken prisoner. The ancient royal family of Duan claimed that they hoped Four Corner Village could give them justice in this matter. This news became public after Zhongyi set off from the Four Corner continent. Obviously, both sides had good ideas of the other's movements and responded accordingly. As expected by the people in Four Corner Village, although the Duan family had taken their people hostage, their plot was exposed. They now had enough concerns that they dared not directly execute the hostages out of fear that they would anger the Four Corner Village and be retaliated against. After all, no one dared to underestimate the power of Four Corner Village today. The top three figures recognized it. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had to keep that fact in mind. After both sides released their own version of the incident, it was clear to everyone what was going on. Fang Huan's conflict with the ancient royal family of Duan could not be verified at this point. The pretext of asking for an explanation from Four Corner Village had only one purpose, and that was to get the divine technique. However, since Fangari didn't hand over the divine technique, it was probably not an easy task for the ancient royal family of Duan to get it now. Furthermore, the envoy from Four Corner Village was already on his way. Giant God City on Giant God Continent was known as one of the largest cities in the upper 9 heavens. The structures within the city were extremely magnificent and spectacular. It was the largest city in the Giant God Continent, and the ancient royal family was also located within the city boundaries. At this moment, outside the Giant God City, a massive demonic beast came from the void, sheltering the sky. This demonic beast was pure white with the horns of a goat but had wings on its back. Its eyes were extremely bright, and an auspicious divine light surrounded its body. It was Baze, the sacred beast. A man stood on Baze's back, his white garment dancing in the wind, but a mask covered his face, so his countenance could not be discerned. The eyes that were exposed were extremely brilliant, with a faint celestial light lingering about him. There was a sense of holiness about the man as if he was an existence not of this world. One glance was enough to feel his uniqueness. This masked figure was Futian, who had encountered Baze the demonic beast on the road. It was a sacred beast at the level of demon saint, so he allowed the beast to accompany him to the giant god's continent. Baze traveled by air. It gradually descended, soaring at a low altitude. Looking at this splendid city, Futian drew up his plans. To get close to the important core figures of the Duan family, he had to attract them to him instead of the other way around. So, he had to gain a reputation in Giant God City, and it needed to be a great one so that the entire city would know about him. Only then could he attract important enough figures from the ancient royal family to appear. There was a map in Futian's mind, and the general situation of Giant God City and the distribution of its powers. These were information he obtained after entering the Giant God's continent. Since they weren't secrets, they were easily obtained. Futian had made a note of them. In addition, he had some general understanding of the most important and well-known figures in the Duan family. In order to achieve notoriety with the fastest speed, the most prosperous and happening place was the key. In every city, where treasures were changing hands had to be the most happening place. There were several cities within cities inside Giant God City, one of which belonged to the ancient royal family of Duan. The existence of the royal family was equivalent to that of a city. The 9th street in the Giant God City was the 9th street in the city. This ranking referred to the size of the street, but when it came to fame, 9th Street was the most prestigious street in all of Giant God City. On this street, there were the most prosperous taverns and inns inside the city and the largest trading market. Common wisdom had it that 9 out of 10 treasures in Giant God City came from 9th Street. This street, also known as the 9th District, was a city within a city. The place that Futian chose to stay was 9th Street inside of Giant God City. After he arrived and descended, he sat on bays to tour this famed street. Even though he came on bays, no one paid much attention to him except for an occasional glance or two. On the road, there were many powerful demonic beasts, and Runhuang-level characters could be seen everywhere. This was the center of Giant God City. This largest trading place was the gathering place of some of the strongest cultivators in Giant God's City. Futian discovered that the items traded in some random shops on the street were all saint-level treasures. Though imperial-level treasures could occasionally be found, it was rare. After all, these shops were small holes in a wall, and the real treasures were inside the big trading pavilions. Moving forward on Bay's demonic beast, Futian saw an impressive inn. The aura of heaven and earth was richly endowed upon it. This was the 9th inn. It was the most eminent inn on 9th Street and opened only to those of Renhuang realm, with treasures as the only acceptable form of payment. Although the 9th inn was resplendent, it was not large in size, as it was not as majestic as many inns on the mainland. The operation of an inn was difficult enough due to the limited space on 9th Street. Furthermore, the most well-known thing about the 9th inn was that no matter what happened on the 9th Street or who was involved in what conflicts, as soon as the person entered the 9th inn, their safety was guaranteed by the inn. Fighting was absolutely forbidden inside 9th inn, but outside of the scope of the inn, anything could happen. One could say that it also served as a sanctuary. For many years, the 9th inn had never had any incidents. This fact spoke more of the background of the inn's owner more than anything else. Some people said that the Duan family was the power behind the 9th inn, but this had never been confirmed. Still, such rumors persisted over the years. It could be viewed as an inn, or it could be said to be a formidable force in itself. In a large trading place like Giant God's City, conflicts and confrontations, or even killings, were commonplace. Having such an inn in a place like this, its influence must be considerable. Bay's demonic beast, with Futian on its back, headed towards the inn. There were guards at the entrance, and knowing the rules, Futian released his aura and was immediately let through. Futian stepped off the back of Bay's demonic beast and led him forward. They came to the lobby of the inn, where a woman received them. "Elder," said Futian. The woman smiled and nodded at Futian. He took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the woman. "How long can I stay?" The woman carefully assessed the bottle, then replied, "Elder, please wait while I check." As the woman spoke, she left to have the item inspected. It didn't take long for the woman to return. She bowed slightly to Futian and said, "Elder may stay as long as you wish. The way, please." Futian was surprised as he confirmed again, "As long as I want." "Yes," the woman nodded. This piqued Futian's curiosity. Obviously, the person who inspected the item was an expert and knew how precious was the panacea he gave them. Of course, the 9th inn was not an ordinary place, and he knew the amount of panacea he gave was not enough for the generous offer of stay. After all, it was not unusual for a cultivator to stay for years or even decades. The real reason for them to do so was because they valued the item. Obviously, they appreciated it. "Thank you very much." Futian nodded slightly. The woman led him to a courtyard, one of the tallest in the 9th inn, with a view of 9th Street. Here, he was an alchemy grandmaster. Chapter 2131, Grandmaster of Mystery. After Futian settled down in the 9th inn, he went out to gather some more information. He was a little relieved after hearing the news that came out from the ancient royal family of Duan. As he expected, the ancient royal family of Duan wouldn't risk doing anything to Fangari for the time being. Thus, he could proceed with his own plan at ease without feeling rushed. At this time inside the 9th inn, Futian stood by the edge of the courtyard, gazing at the scenery on the 9th Street. Indeed, it was the most happening place in Giant God's City, with multitudes of cultivators coming and going. At a glance, many extraordinary figures could be perceived, and Renhuang were seen everywhere. It was said that this was the place with the most traffic of cultivators inside Giant God's City, not including the ancient royal family of Duan. Futian had no plan to approach anyone on his own initiative. He turned around and sat down in the courtyard. With a wave of his palm, an alchemy cauldron suddenly floated in the air. Futian sat cross-legged in front of it, then closed his eyes. Rays of flames spread out from his body, and instantly the alchemy cauldron was enveloped by the flames of the Great Path. He began conducting alchemical activities right there inside the 9th inn. Alchemy masters were an incredibly rare breed in the cultivating world. Only a select few of those who could be considered masters in alchemy could also be considered powerful alchemy grandmasters. Therefore, each powerful alchemy grandmaster was inordinately valuable to those who cultivate, especially those who were having difficulties breaking through their realms and sought a little extra help from external forces. However, no matter which realm of cultivation, the price of that precious panacea may not be something that they could afford. Take the cultivators of Upper Renhuang realm, for example. The panacea they needed had to be the best, which was costly. Never mind whether such an item could be found in the first place. Even if a suitable one was found, whether or not the seeker had the ability to ingest it was an entirely different matter. In the world of cultivation, top-level alchemy grandmasters enjoyed highly respected positions, and some would be recruited by major principalities as guests in their households, with a superior status. Yi Futian knew very well the appeal of a powerful alchemy grandmaster, so he started to refine the panacea directly in the courtyard. The flame of the great path was vigorous in the alchemy cauldron as the elixir continued to pour into it. Gradually, a fragrant scent began to emerge. As it spread towards the surrounding areas, an unusual change of the aura in the surrounding heaven and earth occurred, forming a terrible vortex in the sky, urging the power between heaven and earth to pour continuously into the cauldron. The 9th Inn was the most prestigious inn on 9th Street, and only Ren Huang may enter. Inside the inn, there were throngs of cultivators. At this time, in a courtyard of the inn, an old man seemed to have smelled something. His nose twitched as he was cultivating, but he expanded his divine consciousness outward. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked up. Interesting. There is an alchemy grandmaster here, the old man murmured. Not only him, but others gradually walked out of the other courtyards as well. They all looked towards a place in the middle of the 9th Inn, apparently sensing the presence of an alchemy grandmaster there. Yi Futian deliberately slowed down the speed he was conducting the alchemical process, which attracted even more people. There was now a glow of the great path that appeared in the void, which made many exclaim in amazement. It seemed that whatever he was making would be of an extremely high level. What a strong aura of life, someone said without even so much as a disguise in his voice. It was so that everyone inside the inn could hear it. Well, it is the life elemental pill of the great path is making, which will stabilize the foundation of the great path. The power of life is the source of everything. This grandmaster is not a simple man. Do any of you know him? Someone asked, already exploring Yi Futian's true identity. It's not that simple. Even before the pill is made, a glow of the great path appeared. This has to be the pill of a perfect grade. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 alchemy grandmasters capable of this feat. It just so happens that there is one on 9th Street, but they are not the same person, and that grandmaster was not staying at the inn, someone said. Many people had heard that there was a very well-known trading pavilion on 9th Street. It was the largest trading place on 9th Street with precious pills to be found. This trading pavilion was called Tianyi Pavilion, and it was a powerful force in and of itself. That grandmaster they were referring to was a guest at Tianyi Pavilion. He had high status and was well respected. In the giant god city, many people would ask him for a panacea. Obviously, that grandmaster would not appear here, and Tianyi Pavilion and the 9th Inn were 2 different principalities. Furthermore, that grandmaster would not be wearing a mask, and the pills he made were not the life elemental kind. Just as they were chattering amongst themselves, they saw a glow from the attic, and everyone saw a radiant pill of the great path had been made. It was suspended in the air and released a strong fragrance. Many looked intoxicated. The pill itself must be a great tonic. Even an old man of the Upper Renhuang realm felt a strong attraction and said, "This medicine is beneficial for people who are cultivating in the Upper Renhuang realm." This grandmaster's alchemy seems to be not any lesser than that of Grandmaster Tianbao. Is it really that powerful? Someone asked. Even if it is not as good, it will not be too far beneath it, at most the difference of 2 levels, said that Upper Renhuang cultivator. The 2 levels were referred to the difference in the grade of the pill. Obviously, Yi Futian heard the sound of these chattering. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, the panacea fell into his palm. He immediately put it away and extinguished the flame in the alchemy cauldron. At this time, someone asked, "Dare we ask how to address the Grandmaster?" Yi Futian ignored the question, and the inn fell silent for a moment. Many marveled secretly that this Grandmaster was truly arrogant to blatantly ignore the question. However, these powerful alchemy Grandmasters were said to have their sights higher than their heads, such as that Grandmaster Tianbao. They may be extremely pompous, but they could afford to be. Therefore, the Renghuang who had asked the question didn't seem to mind. Never heard of the name of the master before, so master must have come from afar. "May I ask the master what important matter do you have with 9th Street? Perhaps we can be of assistance," another man said. 9th Street was the largest trading market in Giant God City, and almost everyone who was here came for trading. If they could know the purpose of this alchemy Grandmaster, perhaps they would be able to forge a relationship with him. "You can't help me," Yi Futian said unemotionally. His voice was a bit hoarse with a sense of vicissitude. It was befitting of the impression he gave out as a middle-aged man. "If the master will not tell us, how will we know?" someone said lightly. "I came to 9th Street just to try my luck. This place may not have what I was looking for." Yi Futian's tone of voice was indifferent. He appeared profoundly inscrutable, which made many in the inn hold him in an even loftier position. His arrogant tone told them that what he was looking for must be something extraordinary. There were those from the upper Renhuang realm, and Yi Futian rejected them with just a few words. What he was looking for must be something extremely precious. "Your words are too preposterous. There are no treasures that can't be found on 9th Street. Although your alchemy ability is outstanding, you are a little too conceited." The man who spoke was sitting in the yard of the inn, sipping tea. This man had a high level of cultivation and might be a powerful figure in the 8th realm. "Is that so?" Yi Futian spoke with a still hoarse voice. "I'm looking for Phoenix's marrow, 10,000 years old. Please help me find it." The person's hand froze in mid-air as he was holding the teacup. He hesitated for a moment before he drank the tea, but his expression became a little more serious. He said, "Although the cultivation of your realm is extraordinary, and you have superb alchemy skills, you must know the kind of treasure that is the Phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What do you have the use for it?" "It doesn't matter. Like I said, I came to 9th Street to try my luck," Yi Futian replied lightly, then opened the door to walk into the room. He ignored everyone inside the 9th Inn, leaving all the powerful cultivators behind. However, the more he acted like this, the more mysterious of an impression he gave. Especially his request for the Phoenix's marrow, which was a divine item. It was a rare treasure even outside the realm of apothecary. If he were to make it into panacea, what level would the medicine be? Because of Yi Futian's mysteriousness, his one endeavor in alchemy caused a sensation that spread from the 9th Inn and onto 9th Street. Soon, many people got wind of an alchemy Grandmaster that had arrived at the 9th Inn. He could produce the pill of the great path required by cultivators of upper Renhuang realm, and it caused quite a tumult. Many cultivators of the Renhuang realm came to the 9th Inn for an audience with Yi Futian, but all were refused by him, without exception. In addition, he had produced a second panacea, which was of a higher order. When the pill of the great path was finished, the glow from it enveloped 9th Street and was seen by everyone on the street. However, this mysterious master with the mask had not achieved fame until he attracted Tianyi Pavilion's attention. Yi Futian sat quietly in the courtyard of the inn. He gazed into the distance and seemed quite relaxed. Baze walked over to him, his tail wagging. Yi Futian took out a pill and fed it into the beast's mouth. As soon as Baze's demonic beast swallowed it, formidable energy burst out of his body. The demon saint glowed brilliantly as the light of the great path illuminated each part of his body. He looked at Yi Futian with gratitude. A low and deep voice came from his abdomen. "Thank you, senior." "Achieve the breakthrough first," Yi Futian said to him. Baze sat down and started to cultivate. As expected, he soon radiated the bright light of the great path from his body. A gigantic shadow of a demon became visible behind him. He was advancing to a higher plane. Everyone in the inn sensed the change. Although the 9th Inn was a famous place, it was not very spacious. For cultivators at such a high level, Nothing that happened in the inn could escape their detection. Moreover, Futian didn't try to keep it a secret in the first place. He intended to let everyone see what was happening. Before long, Baze achieved the breakthrough. The energy was surging in his body. Futian took out another pill and fed it into his mouth. Baze's demonic beast opened his eyes and shot Futian a grateful look. Then, he continued to cultivate to fortify himself. It was a life elemental pill of the Great Path that wouldn't have any side effects. Giving a pill of the Great Path to a demonic beast that is only a demon saint, people in the inn were at a loss for words. The pills were clearly at the imperial level, yet Futian recklessly wasted 2 of such precious things on a demon saint who wasn't capable of digesting them. What a willful act, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Why couldn't Futian give the valuable pills to them? He must have a large number of pills on him since he casually fed 2 to his mount. Alchemy grandmasters were usually liberal with pills. Besides, Futian was aloof and unapproachable. He didn't care for anyone who tried to be friendly with him. People staying in the inn were all prominent figures in their local areas, yet this alchemy grandmaster wasn't interested in being friendly at all. Around this time, a group of people headed to the inn, but they didn't come for lodging. Upon their arrival, the head of the group said loudly, "We heard that an alchemy grandmaster is staying in the inn. May I ask if he is here?" He didn't use his divine consciousness to examine the inn's situation since it could be considered offensive. Everyone heard his voice and looked outside. They immediately realized who these people were. "They came so fast," someone whispered. "I didn't think that he would attract the attention of the Tiani Pavilion so quickly." None of them spoke up. They watched Futian in silence and waited for his response. Futian didn't care to befriend other guests in the inn before. Would he treat these people from the Tiani Pavilion differently? Silence reigned all around. Futian didn't respond. Instead, he gently groomed Baze's white fur in a leisurely manner as though he didn't know they were talking to him. "I am Tang Chen from the Tiani Pavilion. We want to invite the master to visit the Tiani Pavilion," the head of the group added. He looked up in the direction of the demonic chi and knew that Futian was there. Tang Chen. Many people narrowed their eyes in surprise. Not only had the Tiani Pavilion acted promptly, but they also attached great importance to the invitation. Tang Chen was an important figure in the Tiani Pavilion. He was a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao and excelled in both cultivation and alchemy. The Tiani Pavilion obviously thought highly of the mysterious alchemy grandmaster by sending Tang Chen over to deliver the invitation. "I'm not available," Futian replied coldly. His hoarse voice made his rejection sound even more disrespectful. It was as if the Tiani Pavilion meant nothing to him. Futian's response reinforced the impression that he was an arrogant and standoffish man. Nevertheless, Futian felt rather satisfied deep inside. He wasn't expecting to draw the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan right away. After all, the Duan family was a supreme force that reigned over the entire giant god's continent. Futian was pleased that he could make the Tiani Pavilion take notice in such a short time. It meant that he was one step closer to his goal. Tang Chen's brows knitted tightly together upon hearing Futian's reply. It was beyond doubt that the Tiani Pavilion was a top group in the 9th Street and had always commanded respect from everyone. Few people were given the honor of visiting the Tiani Pavilion. Tang Chen only came here personally and delivered the invitation with courtesy because the mysterious person was an alchemy grandmaster. Nonetheless, politeness and respect were not reciprocated at all. The man claimed that he was not available even though he was doing nothing but sitting still and feeding his demonic beast. Apparently, it was a poor excuse. "My master would like to meet you in person. We would be filled with gratitude if you could honor us with your presence." Although Tang Chen was upset, he composed himself and made another plea. Futian was still sitting quietly in the chair, acting like nothing was happening. He gazed into the distance and spoke casually, "Shouldn't your master come to me if he would like to meet me? Why should I go to him? In that case, why should I accept your invitation at all?" Futian's impudent reply shocked every cultivator in the inn. Who was Tang Chen's master? Grandmaster Tianbao was the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street and enjoyed the highest status in the Qiani Pavilion. As far as everyone knew, no one in the entire giant god city, except for the ultimate grandmaster of the ancient royal family, was better at alchemy than Grandmaster Tianbao. Now this mysterious man asked Grandmaster Tianbao to come to meet him. Even though what Yi Futian said was reasonably sound and Grandmaster Tianbao technically should come if he were the one interested in meeting Yi Futian, the wide disparity in social status had to be taken into consideration as well. How could a man like Grandmaster Tianbao come to meet a nobody? To receive an invitation was a great honor already. Yi Futian's response probably affronted the Qiani Pavilion. As expected, Tang Chen's face grew grim. He believed that he was polite and respectful enough, yet this hubris alchemy grandmaster dared to order Grandmaster Tianbao around. How audacious. No one on 9th Street has ever asked my master to come. You are the first. Tang Chen's tone changed. Yi Futian didn't seem annoyed or scared. Bays finished his cultivation and leaned against Yi Futian. Yi Futian caressed his white fur and didn't respond further. He didn't appreciate Tang Chen's attitude and their condescending invitation. They acted as if they were bestowing some special favor on him. He wouldn't accept the invitation even if he were interested in the Qiani Pavilion. Tang Chen's eyes became frosty after he was ignored by Yi Futian again. Even so, he didn't dare to break the rules of the 9th Inn. He darted Yi Futian a meaningful glance and said, "I hope you enjoy your stay here." After his final remark, he turned around and left with the people who came with him. After Tang Chen was gone, someone said to Yi Futian, "Master, the Qiani Pavilion is one of the most powerful forces in the 9th Street. Grandmaster Tianbao, Tang Chen's master, is also a superior alchemy grandmaster who can make the 9th grade pills of the Great Path. You probably offended them just now. You are safe in the inn but have to be careful when you're outside." That's right. The 9th Street has good and bad people mixed up together. The situation here is quite complicated, another person echoed. Yi Futian was still sitting quietly as if he didn't hear any of them. People had no idea if their friendly warnings were received. Yi Futian's reaction frustrated everyone in the inn. This mysterious man was as stubborn as a mule. At this moment, Yi Futian stood up and said to Bei's demonic beast, "We haven't gone outside since our arrival. Let's go out to try our luck and see if we can find good ingredients for alchemy." Then, he sat on Bei's back and rode across the courtyard and out of the inn. An odd and surprised look came over every cultivator's face. They were reminding him to be careful, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Instead, he rode the demonic beast and swaggered out of the inn. What a bold man, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Yi Futian offended the Qiani Pavilion and received a warning from Tang Chen just now, yet he still dared to leave the inn. What an arrogant alchemy grandmaster. Did he not care about the Qiani Pavilion at all? Or was he confident that the Qiani Pavilion wouldn't act against him? Let's go to have a look. Many Renhuangs were intrigued. They followed behind Yi Futian and left the inn as well. Yi Futian rode down the street and seemed extra relaxed. Judging by his mask, some people on the street realized that he might be the new alchemy grandmaster everyone was talking about. In the meantime, Tang Chen's divine consciousness was still scanning and monitoring the area. Yi Futian stepped out of the inn before Tang Chen and his people had gone far. In the original text, the author used Qianshan Pavilion initially and changed it to Qiani Pavilion later. I used Qiani Pavilion throughout for consistency. Chapter 2133, Turn the Score. Yi Futian rode on Bei's back and pranced down the street. Bei's demonic beast appeared to be following Yi Futian's instruction to move at a relatively slow pace. Yi Futian himself sat in a reclining position and seemed to be at ease. Some people tried to use the divine consciousness to see through his metal mask. However, a thick mist obscured Yi Futian's face under the mask, and no one could get a clear view. Yi Futian glanced over the people who attempted to make out his face with their divine consciousness. One of them screeched with pain as his eyes began to bleed. "Master, have you thought it through?" A voice came from afar at this moment. Tang Chen and the others popped up on the street and spoke to Yi Futian. F*ck off. Yi Futian's voice was hoarse. Tang Chen was so embarrassed that his face turned ashen. Yi Futian humiliated him in public and showed no respect for him at all. Tang Chen was a prominent cultivator. In addition to that, no one had ever dared to be so rude and insolent to a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao of the Qiani Pavilion. Tang Chen invited Yi Futian to visit the Qiani Pavilion, yet Yi Futian cursed him. The onlookers were astounded that Yi Futian told Tang Chen to F*ck off. They whispered to each other in dismay. People who were not caught up in the incident asked around about Yi Futian's identity. They instantly learned that he was the alchemy grandmaster who came to 9th Street searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What an overbearing man he must be for telling Tang Chen to get lost. They wondered how Tang Chen would react. Tang Chen didn't start a fight right away. Instead, he stepped forward and followed Baze from behind. Other people who came from the Qiani Pavilion joined him as well. Baze's demonic beast continued sauntering down the street. More and more people gathered on the street to watch the drama unfold. With intense curiosity, they stared at Yi Futian, who was wearing the metal mask. Who on earth was this mysterious master? Yi Futian closed his eyes in repose as though he was letting Baze stroll aimlessly, while in fact, his divine consciousness spread over an enormous distance and was keeping a close eye on the situation on 9th Street. As for Tang Chen and the others, Yi Futian wasn't intimidated by them at all. He was waiting for them to make the first move. How could he rise to fame in the giant god's city if he didn't stir up big trouble? To attract the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan, he had to be a famous and noteworthy figure on 9th Street first. Yi Futian stopped in front of a building on the left side of the street. Although many cultivators were in the building, Yi Futian forced in his divine consciousness and inspected the situation inside. Upon detecting Yi Futian's divine consciousness, one of the cultivators frowned and said, "Can we help you, sir?" Yi Futian raised his hand and threw a porcelain bottle at them. The bottle landed perfectly on the table in front of the person who spoke. Then, Yi Futian said to him, "Give me that fiery dragon plant." The person unplugged the porcelain bottle, took a brief look, and put the cork back immediately. He took out a blazing red plant and said to Yi Futian, "Please take it, sir." Before his voice faded, the blazing red fiery dragon plant flew toward Yi Futian, who was waiting outside. Yi Futian swept it in with his sleeve in a flash. Both of them moved so fast and finished the transaction before many people realized what happened. So efficient. A lot of spectators were speechless with astonishment. The person in the shop didn't even bargain for such a valuable item. The red fiery dragon plant was extremely precious. Yi Futian must have great confidence in his pills since he used them to trade for the plant. The person in the shop wouldn't accept the payment with alacrity if it were not a good deal. It showed how free-handed Yi Futian was. No wonder he was an alchemy grandmaster. This kind of liberality put many renhuangs to shame. Nevertheless, ordinary renhuangs were not comparable with an alchemy grandmaster anyway. An alchemy grandmaster could make better and more valuable pills with the same ingredients. Common cultivators naturally had to be more conscious of the balance between cost and benefit. Yi Futian paid no attention to the crowd's amazement. He kept riding down the street and purchased more valuable herbs along the way. All of them were rare and costly ingredients for alchemy. He seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of pills for trading. No one knew how many pills he was carrying with him. The onlookers exclaimed at his deep pockets. Many of them were tempted to jump on him. In fact, several renhuangs had had their eyes fixed on Yi Futian. They blended in the crowd and followed Yi Futian the whole time. Yi Futian appeared to be carrying countless treasures. They would strike it rich if they managed to rob him successfully. Although they knew that they would benefit much more by befriending this alchemy grandmaster, they had no connection with Yi Futian and couldn't possibly profit off him in that way. As a matter of course, they started to have other wicked ideas. Furthermore, from what they could see, Yi Futian seemed to be an outsider who had no one to rely on here. He also offended the Qiani Pavilion, which made him a good target. Soon, a cluster of buildings came into view ahead of them. The name Qiani Pavilion was carved on the gate outside. It was the biggest trading center on 9th Street. Tang Chen didn't expect to follow Yi Futian all the way here. What on earth did Yi Futian want to do? At this point, Bei's demonic beast stopped, turned around slowly, and began to walk back as though he didn't intend to visit the biggest trading center on 9th Street. While everyone was staring at Yi Futian, one person stepped forward. It was Tang Chen. He blocked Yi Futian's way and said, "Master, since you are here, why don't you spend some time inside? There is no rush for you to leave." Several men also stepped out in other directions, following Tang Chen's lead. The crowd recognized that two of them were well-known renhuangs on 9th Street. The middle-aged man who dressed in black was called Ku Mu. The younger renhuang was an offspring of a prominent family on 9th Street. Both of them had made a name for themselves. By stepping forward at this moment, they seemed to be siding with Tang Chen as if they had communicated with him via voice transmission. "I heard that the master has extraordinary skills in alchemy, and I would like to see it for myself. I wonder if the master can grant my wish," the younger man said. He was at the peak of the middle-level renhuang plane and had an imperious bearing. Ku Mu, a 7th-order high-level renhuang, was even more powerful. Yi Futian was still riding on the back of Bei's demonic beast, ambling along the street. Bei's demonic beast became hesitant when he sensed the forceful energy emanated from the people ahead. Yi Futian patted him gently and said, "Keep moving." Bei's demonic beast followed his instruction and continued to walk. Tang Chen stared at Yi Futian and said, "Master, you are already at the gate. It's better if you can honor us with your visit." While speaking, he released an invisible energy current of the Great Path to block Yi Futian's path. Yi Futian still paid him no heed. An invisible energy shield protected Bei's body. He pressed ahead without being affected by Tang Chen's pressure. "What a pretentious buffoon. I want to see your face under the mask." The young renhuang took a step forward and raised his hand to grab Yi Futian's mask. A giant, hand-shaped shadow bore down upon Yi Futian's head. Buzz! The invisible energy currents of the Great Path flowed around Yi Futian's body, sealed off the area, and blocked the giant hand. At this moment, Tang Chen and Ku Mu also took action and moved toward Yi Futian. Ku Mu outstretched his arm and flapped his sleeve. Right away, innumerable rotten stems and vines twined around the Great Path of space and closed off the area Yi Futian was in. Tang Chen charged forward and shot a flame of the way at Yi Futian. Yi Futian emitted a beam of golden divine light from his body. It turned into a light screen which shielded him from the incoming attacks. All three cultivators frowned slightly and stared at Yi Futian. They didn't expect Yi Futian to be so tough. Buzz! The golden light screen blazed with a tinge of red and spewed a terrifying wave of fire. "Master, we invited you with good intention. Why do we have to come to blows?" Tang Chen sensed the wave of fire and hurried to call a truce. The ferocious flames of the way engulfed the area and charged at the three cultivators. They were petrified and desperate to retreat. However, Yi Futian lifted his hand and locked them in place with the Great Path of space. They couldn't move a muscle. "Master, please show some mercy." Tang Chen's face was deathly pale. The invisible hand immobilized them as the flames of the way leaping toward them. "Stop it." A stern voice came out of the Tianyi pavilion, but Yi Futian ignored it completely. The brilliant divine light swept across the area, and the flames of the way devoured the three cultivators. With an ear-piercing shriek, they were annihilated under everyone's watch. Bang! 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 Several streams of powerful energy rushed out of the Tianyi pavilion. "How audacious," a voice boomed as if it carried the authority of heaven. A fierce face appeared in the void. Yi Futian raised his head to take a glance. Then, his body transformed into a ray of light that streamed away through the void. The entire 9th Street trembled as the fierce face gave a bellow of rage. A burst of terrifying energy chased after Yi Futian. However, the ray of light that Yi Futian transfigured into dashed all the way back to the 9th Inn in a flash. Yi Futian landed in the courtyard and launched his counterattack while the terrifying energy thrusting down from above. Bang! The two types of energy came into collision in midair. Someone in the inn declared, "Don't break the rule." Anyone who entered the 9th inn was protected by the inn. No one was allowed to attack the guests. The frosty face appeared in the sky above and glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian remained calm and expressionless. He darted a casual look at the sky. You murdered the disciples of the Tianyi pavilion in broad daylight. You're so out of line, the face spoke. He was the chief elder of the Tianyi pavilion and a formidable 9th Order Renhuang. Are you blind? Yi Futian shot a disdainful glance at the face. The 3 cultivators were going to kill him. He might be trapped in the Tianyi pavilion forever without any hope to make it back if he didn't fight back. Yi Futian would never show any mercy to people who bore malicious intent against him. A middle-aged man wearing a fur coat walked out of the inn. He hovered in midair and looked at the face above, said, "As far as I know, your people attacked him first. In addition to that, no one is allowed to fight within the perimeter of my inn for any reason. Do you want to challenge that rule right now?" While speaking, he fixed his piercing gaze on the face floating in the void. The middle-aged man was the owner of the 9th inn. He was also a 9th Order Renhuang and one of Giant God City's best cultivators who possessed tremendous power. Although he looked like he was in his 40s, it was said that he had been operating the 9th inn on 9th Street for hundreds of years. Neither his appearance nor his cultivation level changed from when he first opened the 9th inn. The top cultivators on 9th Street certainly knew each other very well. Needless to say, the chief elder of the Tianyi pavilion was aware of the identity and ability of the owner of the 9th inn. Even so, he was here not to represent himself but the Tianyi pavilion. Tang Chen was one of the people he killed. I'm sure that you know he was Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple. One of the other 2 men was from the Wang family. The 9th inn may have its own rules, but we better honor the code of 9th Street as well. How about handing him over to me? The face responded. Since when does the 9th Street have a code? Handing him over to you would ruin the reputation of my inn, wouldn't it? The middle-aged man in the fur coat replied in a casual and relaxed manner. It was obvious that he would never let the chief elder take Yi Futian away. Lin Sheng, can you do me this one favor? A rusty old voice said from afar. Many people were startled at once. In the meantime, they felt a rush of formidable energy radiating upon 9th Street. Everyone looked into the distance, knowing who was speaking. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Plenty of people on 9th Street had heard Grandmaster Tianbao's voice before. Grandmaster Tianbao was asking Lin Sheng, the owner of the 9th inn, to surrender the mysterious man who killed his disciple Tang Chen. Grandmaster, I would gladly lend a hand if it was anything else. But this is about the fundamental rule of my inn. How can I secure my place on 9th Street in the future if I break the rule right now? Therefore, I have no choice but to ask for your forgiveness and understanding, Lin Sheng replied. He couldn't break his own rule. The rule was the foundation of the 9th inn and how Lin Sheng established himself on 9th Street. The 9th inn would be worthless and degraded if he made an exception now. Lin Sheng, just this one time. Make an exception once, for Grandmaster Tianbao's sake. I'm sure everyone on 9th Street can understand it. We will buy you drinks to show our appreciation another day, another voice rang out. It was the cabinet master of the Tianyi pavilion this time. Lin Sheng, this man murdered an offspring of our Wang family in broad daylight. Are you determined to protect him? Another voice boomed. At this point, the confrontation occurring in the 9th inn attracted everyone's attention on 9th Street. Several top cultivators active on the 9th Street were demanding the 9th inn to surrender Yi Futian. Although conflicts were rather common and frequent on 9th Street, it was different this time. To everyone's surprise, a mysterious outsider who had no roots in Giant God City slaughtered Tang Chen and 2 other men in public and stirred up this storm. The uproar probably would calm down once Yi Futian was killed in revenge. After all, he had no one to rely on 9th Street. The famed 9th Street of Giant God City is not so impressive after all. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, suddenly spoke up. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him in an instant. Wearing a metal mask, Yi Futian lowered his head and groomed Baze's white fur in a laid-back manner. He said, A couple of self-important fools tried to badger me into meeting someone and even used force on me. They acted so recklessly and blindly and thought some Grandmaster Tianbao is worthy of my visit. The crowd was astounded by Yi Futian's words. Grandmaster Tianbao, the best alchemy master and armorer in the 9th Street, was not deserving of his visit. Yi Futian slowly stood up. The intense energy of the great path of life burst out of his body and shot up into the clouds. The green divine light illuminated the sky and made every cultivator's heart tremble. The energy of the great path of life was formidable and impeccable. They attacked me since I didn't want to go. Don't they deserve to be killed? Yi Futian looked up and said, they think a mere Grandmaster Tianbao can summon me at will. Let me tell you, none of the masters on 9th Street are worthy of my attention. Yi Futian's contemptuous remark left everyone open-mouthed. Many people in the crowd began to examine Yi Futian again carefully. Grandmaster Tianbao was held in such high regard on 9th Street because of his super skill of making pills. An alchemy grandmaster was highly cherished and respected among cultivators. Grandmaster Tianbao could create incalculable value for the Qiani Pavilion. Nevertheless, this mysterious man might be an alchemy grandmaster who had even better potential than Grandmaster Tianbao. He had the perfect great path of life with vigorous and robust energy of the great path. As a result, he must be able to make perfect pills of the great path of life. It was beyond imagination how remarkable the pills he made would be if he advanced to a higher cultivation level in the future. No wonder he didn't care for Grandmaster Tianbao at all. Lin Sheng was also surprised by how powerful Yi Futian was. He looked up at the people in the void and said, "You all saw it with your own eyes. How would you react if I sent some people over to demand your presence?" According to Lin Sheng, he already believed that Yi Futian was on equal footing with Grandmaster Tianbao. In his opinion, Grandmaster Tianbao had no right to summon Yi Futian to the Qiani Pavilion. Grandmaster Tianbao never expected that Yi Futian wouldn't appreciate his imperious and condescending invitation. His men tried to strong-arm Yi Futian. Of course, Yi Futian would fight back. "Shameless," Grandmaster Tianbao's voice said from a distance. "You should respect me as your senior even if you have an extraordinary great path and can make excellent pills. I sent people to invite you out of courtesy. Who would have thought that you were such a haughty man?" Out of courtesy? Yi Futian gazed into the distance and said, "I have returned to the inn and have no interest in heading out again today. But I will visit the Qiani Pavilion tomorrow and see how good you really are at alchemy." Was that a challenge? Did this mysterious alchemy grandmaster intend to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy? How arrogant. It seemed that he had considered Grandmaster Tianbao beneath him since the beginning. What a conceited man he must be. Standing in the courtyard, he was facing several top cultivators of 9th Street who came to capture him, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Was it simply the typical arrogance of an alchemy grandmaster? How fascinating, Lin Sheng said with a smile. You all have heard him. This mysterious master will pay a call on the Qiani Pavilion tomorrow, and we will be able to witness the spectacle by then. Everyone on 9th Street was watching the situation in the 9th Inn closely. They were all shocked that the mysterious master dared to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao. His arrogance was beyond people's imagination. If he really was so capable, Grandmaster Tianbao indeed insulted him by sending his disciple to summon him to the Qiani Pavilion. Even the cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion was at a loss for words at this moment. Yi Futian had informed them that he would go to the Qiani Pavilion tomorrow. What else could they do at this point? While the cabinet master was still contemplating a response, Grandmaster Tianbao answered offhandedly, "In that case, I will be waiting for you in the Qiani Pavilion. Let's wait for a day then." The domineering energy was pulled back. The cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion left, and the face in the void also disappeared. The crowd dispersed in a short time. However, a few Renhuangs were still monitoring the inn with the divine consciousness as though they were worried that Yi Futian would slip away. Although the top cultivators took off, for now, 9th Street was thrown in a ferment. Everyone discussed the mysterious outsider who issued a challenge to Grandmaster Tianbao, who was unrivaled in 9th Street when it came to alchemy. Grandmaster Tianbao could make extremely high-grade pills and had been a well-respected guest of the Qiani Pavilion. All the big fish in the 9th Street gladly associated themselves with Grandmaster Tianbao. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had sent people to make contact with him. If not for having a better Grandmaster within the Duan family, they would undoubtedly recruit Grandmaster Tianbao. Nonetheless, many people were not fully convinced yet. Although the mysterious man had a perfect great path, he was on a lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. It would not be easy for him to compete with Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy. Having said that, some people might be willing to take him under their protection as long as he could display excellent alchemy skills. The news soon spread from 9th Street to other parts of Giant God City. The arrogant and mysterious master on 9th Street slowly rose to fame. Chapter 2135 Took the Hook. Futian continued to rest in the courtyard after the top cultivators left. Grandmaster Tianbao was the best and the most renowned alchemy master on 9th Street. It was alleged that he could make 9th-grade pills of the Great Paths. Futian certainly couldn't do that. But that didn't matter. Since Futian was at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao, he couldn't win the challenge. Nevertheless, winning was not his goal anyway. He simply needed to do his best to make pills and take advantage of Grandmaster Tianbao's fame during the process. An alchemy grandmaster from the outsider challenged the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Futian was confident that his move had attracted considerable public attention. "Master," a voice rang out. Lin Sheng, the owner of the 9th Inn, walked over. Futian nodded slightly at Lin Sheng and said, "Please have a seat." Lin Sheng sat down right away without feigning politeness. He said to Futian, "Master, why did you issue a challenge to Grandmaster Tianbao? Qiani Pavilion is their territory. You might get yourself in trouble there. Are you sure that you can walk out unscathed?" "It's going to be all right," Futian replied. "I won't bring you any trouble." "That's not what I meant," Lin Sheng explained with a smile, but he still didn't understand where Futian's confidence came from. He continued, "Perhaps someone will step up and offer you protection if you can demonstrate superlative alchemy skills. In that case, even the cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion wouldn't harm you without thinking twice. I'm heartened by your optimism, and I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you," Futian gave an enigmatic nod. Lin Sheng cracked a smile and said, "Master, I will leave you to it then." After that, Lin Sheng stood up and left the courtyard. He was rather excited about what might happen at the Qiani Pavilion tomorrow. Futian seemed impossible for him to read. Could he really compete with Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy? Lin Sheng couldn't predict the result and had no choice but to wait patiently. He was not the only one on the edge of his seat. A lot of people were waiting with bated breath as the news circulating in and beyond 9th Street. What kind of a place was the Qiani Pavilion? It was the largest trading center on 9th Street. On top of that, Grandmaster Tianbao was the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. He made the finest pills for the Qiani Pavilion. Now, a mysterious outsider killed Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple and issued him a challenge. How conceited the man must be. The Qiani Pavilion was extra busy and crowded the next day. Not only the residents near 9th Street gathered there, but many cultivators from other parts of Giant God City also showed up, including people from various prominent and influential families in the city. 9th Street was acknowledged by everyone to be the largest commercial hub in Giant God City. It was also a place that was frequented the most by people from aristocratic families in the city. Needless to say, the people from the distinguished families were more or less on familiar terms with Grandmaster Tianbao. Of course, they would come on this day to watch the drama unfold. There was an elevated stage in the Qiani Pavilion where auctions were usually held. But it was empty on this day for Grandmaster Tianbao and Futian. A lot of seats were located under the stage to accommodate auction participants. At this point, the seats were filled with cultivators who came to watch the match. Some people didn't show up in person but had covered the entire field with divine consciousness to not miss a single detail. Even so, more cultivators swarmed in to witness the competition with their own eyes. A voice boomed at this moment, "Cabinet Master, the man just headed out. The cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion immediately walked out of a great hall and strode in the direction of the elevated stage. He was accompanied by several people who all had a stately bearing. "Have a seat," the cabinet master gestured and said to everyone. All of them were from aristocratic families in Giant God City, including a man who enjoyed the same status as the cabinet master. "Where is Grandmaster Tianbao?" someone asked. "Grandmaster Tianbao is still resting. He will come out soon," the cabinet master replied. "All right. I'm surprised that so many people came here today. This is good. Let's check out this clown who doesn't know his limitations is capable of. He even dares to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao," an old man chuckled. "We need to have a drink with Grandmaster Tianbao after he takes care of this clown. I want to ask him to make a pill for me," another person said. He was here to seek favor with Grandmaster Tianbao. Most of the people came here not only because of curiosity but also to reinforce their relationship with Grandmaster Tianbao and to ask him for pills, which were crucial to the youngsters in their families. "Sure," the cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion said, "the Grandmaster wouldn't accept this man's challenge if Lin Sheng didn't insist on saving him. He is nothing but a fool who overestimated his abilities. They couldn't kill Yi Futian when he was inside the 9th inn. It was obvious that they didn't want to fall out with Lin Sheng after all. Otherwise, a prestigious man like Grandmaster Tianbao wouldn't care to compete with Yi Futian at all since it was utterly meaningless. However, if Grandmaster Tianbao accepted the challenge, Yi Futian would come to the Chani Pavilion voluntarily and have no chance to make off alive." While chatting casually, they noticed that several people who had courtly manners were mixed with the crowd. An elderly man gazed at the distinctive group, his eyes narrowed. "They are," the old man muttered. Right away, the cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion and his companions looked in that direction as well. A group of young men and women, attended by several people, were standing there. They kept a low profile and seemed unfathomable. Startled, the cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion stood up and was about to walk over to them. Coincidentally, one of the young men darted the cabinet master a look at the same time. He nodded slightly at the cabinet master and transmitted his voice to him. "Keep doing whatever you need to do. Don't mind us." The cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion paused for a moment and sat back down. He transmitted his voice back to the young man. "Yes, Your Highness. Please let me know if Your Highness needs anything." "Okay," the young man replied and looked away. Several people alongside the cabinet master also greeted the young man via voice transmission. They were all surprised to see people from the ancient royal family here. It seemed that the news reached rather far indeed. That being said, they might have come here simply out of curiosity. The excited crowd created a din in the Chani Pavilion. Far away, many cultivators cleared out a path. Bai's demonic beast was sauntering down the street, carrying a man wearing a metal mask. The man seemed extremely relaxed, even his eyes were closed under the mask. Everyone felt that this alchemy grandmaster was exceptionally arrogant. It was as if he considered everything and everybody beneath his notice, including Grandmaster Tianbao. Such an attitude. Many people were lost for words. The man didn't take Grandmaster Tianbao seriously at all. The young people who came from the ancient royal family were intrigued by Yi Futian. They came out to watch the fun after learning about the eccentric alchemy grandmaster, who was staying on 9th Street. He appeared to an interesting man indeed, but his alchemy skills were unclear. Yi Futian and Bai's strolled down the street without hurry. The crowd made way for them spontaneously. Plenty of people were wondering if Yi Futian was feigning nonchalance. Yi Futian didn't open his eyes until Bai's demonic beast stopped. He shot a glance at the people in front of him. The cabinet master of the Chani Pavilion and the others were all staring at him with a cold and stern face. They didn't attack him right away only because they accepted his challenge the day before. They were men of high standing who cared about their reputation on 9th Street and wouldn't go back on their word. "Where is him?" Yi Futian asked casually. He scanned the stage and didn't see Grandmaster Tianbao. Before his voice faded, a lithe figure flew out of the great hall and landed on the stage with extraordinary grace. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao darted a look at Yi Futian. He never thought that a youngster would be so impudent and audacious. Without mincing words, he said, "You really have the nerve to come. I will take your life for sure after we make the pills." Great arrogance for an old man, Yi Futian snickered. Bays carried him forward to the stage. He jumped off and walked over to Grandmaster Tianbao. "I would also like to see what kind of pills you're capable of making and what makes you think that you can summon me at will," Yi Futian said contemptuously. Grandmaster Tianbao's eyes were filled with menace, his long beard flowing in the wind. However, he heard the cabinet master talking to him via voice transmission. "Grandmaster, the ancient royal family has sent some people here. You need to take the competition seriously even if you want to kill him." "All right," Grandmaster Tianbao replied. He darted a disdainful glance at Yi Futian and said, "Let's begin." Grandmaster Tianbao didn't want to waste his breath on Yi Futian anymore and jumped to start at once. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Tianbao didn't believe this to be an equal match. He was eager to finish the competition early so he could kill Yi Futian as soon as possible. Grandmaster would not let Yi Futian live no matter what kind of pills he could make. Yi Futian slaughtered Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple, who went invite him over for a visit. If he could survive this unscathed, Grandmaster Tianbao would lose all prestige he had on 9th Street. Yi Futian shot Grandmaster Tianbao a contemptuous look from behind the mask. Then, he stood on the opposite side and waved his hand. An alchemy cauldron appeared, floating in midair. "Humph!" Grandmaster Tianbao snorted. Another alchemy cauldron popped up in an instant. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao stood face to face. Their cauldrons were on opposite sides. A jet of superheated steam immediately shot out and billowed around the cauldrons. The audience near the edge of the stage felt the touch of the intense heat. Some people couldn't help but raise their arms to protect their faces from the heat. After that, they saw that the flames of the way were lit under the two alchemy cauldrons at the same time. True fire of 6 ding. The crowd sized up Grandmaster Tianbao's flames of the way. The golden flames were blazing under the cauldron and formed a brilliant pattern. Grandmaster Tianbao obtained this 9th grade imperial level flames of the way during a serendipitous encounter in his early years. It was why he had a high success rate of making 9th grade pills of the Great Path even though he was only at the peak of the 8th level Renhuang plane. There were only a handful of grandmasters in the alchemy circle. In addition to that, even an alchemy grandmaster couldn't always successfully make pills of the Great Path that were on a par with their cultivation level. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Tianbao's success rate of making 8th grade pills of the Great Path was higher than 90%. He could even make an effective 9th grade elixir 3 out of 10 times. The statistics were awe-inspiring. Apart from his remarkable flames of the way, it was also because Grandmaster Tianbao had extraordinary alchemy skills. Many people looked in Yi Futian's direction. His flames of the way felt unique. Strong and vigorous, they were burning as if they would never die out. On top of that, the worldly spiritual qi in the surrounding area was flowing toward his flames of the way to fuel the blaze. 5th level, perfect grade, the crowd exclaimed. It confirmed the rumor that had been circulating. Grandmaster Tianbao also noticed Yi Futian's flames of the way and began to take him more seriously. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't simply kill Yi Futian as he imagined. He needed to find a way to seize hold of Yi Futian's flames of the way first. While the flames of the way were burning, both Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao poured herbs and other ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons, their sleeves flapping in the wind. They closed their eyes to concentrate on creating the elixir. Silence reigned over the stage. The audience was waiting quietly as well. No one dared to speak a word to disturb Grandmaster Tianbao and Yi Futian. Only the crackling sound of the flames of the way could be heard. Elixirs couldn't be made in an instant. While Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao remained silent on the stage, the spectators started to talk to each other in whispers. The popping and crackling noises came from both alchemy cauldrons. That is, someone noticed that Yi Futian's flames of the way formed a dazzling phoenix around the alchemy cauldron. "His flames of the way are so gorgeous," a person murmured. Moreover, Yi Futian's flames of the way gave them an inexplicable feeling that it would burn for eternity. It seemed that the mysterious alchemy Grandmaster was not an ordinary man indeed. No wonder he dared to provoke Grandmaster Tianbao and even issued a direct challenge to compete against him in alchemy. This is getting interesting. Lin Sheng was also among the crowd. Although he was prominent enough to sit on the stage, he chose not to due to the conflict over Yi Futian between him and the cabinet master of the Qianni Pavilion. He would rather watch the match from below. Ling Sheng was very intrigued by Yi Futian. This mysterious alchemy grandmaster was arrogant, overbearing, and eccentric. Why did he act this way? What was his purpose? Did he want to become famous? This seemed to be a risky way to gain fame. Who do you think will win? Someone whispered under his breath. Grandmaster Tianbao, of course. He will surely do his utmost to make a 9th grade pill of the Great Path this time. With his marvelous ability, it is very likely to be a success. This person is at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. We have to wait and see what kind of elixir he can create, one person replied. It was apparent that most people believed that Grandmaster Tianbao would win a resounding victory. Everyone was confident that Grandmaster Tianbao's elixir would be at a higher grade than Yi Futian's. There was no suspense in that regard. The flames of the way were burning more and more intensely. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao kept tossing new ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons. It looks like Grandmaster Tianbao is attempting to make a 9th grade elixir. People could tell what kind of pills Grandmaster Tianbao wanted to make based on the ingredients he put in the cauldron. Of course, the ingredients Yi Futian used were also rare and precious. He obtained several of them through trading on 9th Street. The flames of the way blazed up. As time went by, a rich aroma wafted out of the cauldron. Even though the pills were not finished yet, the fragrance was already tantalizing and intoxicating. The alchemy cauldrons were vibrating in the void, making a sizzling noise. Grandmaster Tianbao outstretched his arm and slapped on the alchemy cauldron. The cauldron instantly started to spin in front of him. The Great Path's energy currents rushed down from above as soon as he formed a seal with both hands. Much to everyone's surprise, the alchemy cauldron was devouring the power of the world. The terrifying flames of the way were licking the alchemy cauldron, and the incandescent glow of the fire illuminated the clouds. The entire sky was turned scarlet. The flames converged and lunged into the alchemy cauldron like fiery dragons. Grandmaster Tianbao is making fire elemental pills of the Great Path. It's his strong suit. Some people immediately understood what Grandmaster Tianbao was aiming for. On the other side, a faint call of the phoenix was coming out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. A translucent divine phoenix took shape and wrapped around the cauldron. Yi Futian was emitting brilliant celestial light from his body. He looked like a heavenly deity as wisps of sacred energy flowing from him to the cauldron. The Great Path's divine light shot into the clouds, and an extraordinary phenomenon came into view. A gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared in the sky as an overpowering aroma rising from the alchemy cauldron. The clanking sound inside the cauldron was becoming louder and louder as well. Judging by the extraordinary phenomenon, he is as good as Grandmaster Tianbao. A lot of people were astonished by Yi Futian's ability. Yi Futian kept his eyes shut behind the metal mask. He exerted all his strength and went into a state of abstraction. Unlike the conceited man everyone on 9th Street remembered, Yi Futian looked majestic and dignified like a true master. What type of pill is he making? Someone asked. If I recall it correctly, he said he came to the 9th Street to try his luck in searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years, which is the main ingredient of some elixir. What kind of elixir? People were curious. Immortal elixir, which can bring the dead back to life. It can grow flesh and bones that will never perish. Therefore, even a dead man with a broken body can come back alive, someone said. This man always wears a mask. Could it be that he suffered an irreparable injury to his face and wants to heal it with this elixir? Seems like it's going to be over soon. The crowd gazed at the cauldrons without blinking. Grandmaster Tianbao's performance was to be expected, but Yi Futian did come as a big surprise. The mysterious alchemy grandmaster was anything but ordinary for sure. After a short time, the aroma of the elixirs finally jumped out of the alchemy cauldrons. A beam of divine light pierced the clouds and shone like a high flame. It gave a red glow to the sky above 9th Street and even cast light upon the areas nearby. Countless people in Giant God City turned their eyes to the source of the light. The elixir is made. The audience stared at the scarlet elixir as big as a palm taking shape in front of Grandmaster Tianbao. The flame current rushed frantically toward the dazzling elixir. The entire area was tinged with red. Divine Fire Elixir, 9th grade, an expert announced. This was not the first Divine Fire Elixir made by Grandmaster Tianbao. The elixir was extremely beneficial to people who cultivated the Great Path of Fire. Consuming it could directly enhance the cultivator's flames of the way and increase his fire elemental power. In addition to that, it could temper the cultivator's body and even cleanse his spiritual soul. Grandmaster Tianbao took a brief look at the Divine Fire Elixir before putting it away. With a satisfied look on his face, he glanced at Yi Futian on the opposite side. He would love to see what Yi Futian was capable of besides boasting and swaggering. At this moment, rays of blinding divine light shone out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. An elixir emerged immediately after that. Furthermore, an enormous shadow of a phoenix also appeared in the void as if it was greeting the elixir. The elixir rose high in the sky and was caught by the phoenix. Instantly, the will of the Great Path of Life filled the space. Everyone on 9th Street felt more energetic. It was as though they had been recharged. Ooh! Such a powerful pill. Yi Futian's elixir was as good as Grandmaster Tianbao's, if not better. A perfect 6th grade pill of the Great Path. Impressive, Lin Sheng expressed his approval. This pill may be even more effective than the 9th grade one. Besides, it is probably more helpful for cultivators below the 9th level. At this point, Lin Sheng finally understood why Yi Futian was so confident. This pill alone was enough to save Yi Futian's life today. Plenty of people, including Lin Sheng, would not let Yi Futian die here. This alchemy grandmaster was much more valuable than Grandmaster Tianbao. Lin Sheng would even argue that they were not at the same level at all. Chapter 2137, A Resounding Victory. Grandmaster Tianbao stared at Yi Futian's pill with an embarrassed look on his face. He had lost the match the moment Yi Futian's pill emerged from the cauldron. They didn't need to compare the actual effects of the pills. As a 5th order Ren Huang, Yi Futian created a perfect 6th grade pill of the Great Path. He had proved that he was more capable than Grandmaster Tianbao. There was no reason to drag the competition on any longer. It was safe to say that Yi Futian had won a resounding victory over Grandmaster Tianbao in this competition that Grandmaster Tianbao was so confident of winning. Yi Futian defeated him. Grandmaster Tianbao was once the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Now, he didn't deserve the title anymore. The audience was jabbering with astonishment and excitement as well. They stared at the pill, wondering if it was really so marvelous. "What kind of pill is it?" someone asked. "Nayuan pill," a voice answered. It was an exceptionally refined young man. Startled, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man from the ancient royal family. A perfect, 6th grade Nayuan pill. It can alter a cultivator's constitution and build an extremely strong foundation of the Great Path. "Is this pill for sale?" the man asked. Yi Futian turned around and darted him a look. He paid attention to the young man's sophisticated manner and immediately realized that he was not an ordinary spectator. Moreover, he noticed that the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was also looking at the young man in a special way. Could it be thinking of that? Yi Futian raised his hand with the palm facing up. The pill flew into his hand at once. Yi Futian put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Right away, his body emitted bright light of the Great Path and intense energy of the Great Path of Life. To everyone's surprise, he ate it himself. "I'm not here today to trade pills," Yi Futian spoke calmly. He glanced at Grandmaster Tianbao and asked, "Now, do you still think you can summon me as you please?" Many people were swayed by Yi Futian's remark. Yi Futian had shown marvelous alchemy skills. No wonder he behaved so arrogantly. Indeed, Grandmaster Tianbao had no right to demand Yi Futian's presence. He treated Yi Futian like an ignorant child by sending Tang Chen to invite him over. Tang Chen tried to use force when Yi Futian refused to go. That was why he was killed. Now it seemed that Tang Chen's death was not unjustified at all. One might well imagine how Grandmaster Tianbao would react if Yi Futian sent someone to request his presence. "You're better at putting on superior airs than making pills," Yi Futian scoffed. He scanned everyone sitting on the stage as if he was referring to all of them, including the cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion. Grandmaster Tianbao glared at Yi Futian. His eyes grew dark and threatening. All of a sudden, towering flames surrounded Grandmaster Tianbao's body as he dashed forward at lightning speed, leaving a streak of fire behind. Grandmaster Tianbao reached Yi Futian and raised his hand to strike his head. There seemed to be a blazing sun in his palm that could annihilate everything. "Watch out!" Lin Shen cried. No one expected that Grandmaster Tianbao would attack Yi Futian outright. The audience was dumbfounded, their eyes glued to the stage. Grandmaster Tianbao was vanquished in the alchemy competition. He couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to kill Yi Futian here and now. It was obvious that Grandmaster Tianbao was a ruthless and decisive man. Yi Futian was an outsider who had no connection in Giant God City. As long as he died, Grandmaster Tianbao would still be the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Who would give offense to him over a dead man? All the problems would be solved once Grandmaster Tianbao killed Yi Futian. Yi Futian remained expressionless when he saw Grandmaster Tianbao coming. An 8th Order Renhuang, Grandmaster Tianbao was heading for a fall due to his overconfidence. A bundle of frightening energy burst out of Yi Futian's body. He raised his hand and dashed it against Grandmaster Tianbao's. Two distinctly different types of energy met head-on. Bang! With a deafening noise, the terrifying shock wave traveled outward and reached the audience under the stage. Many people hurried to release their power to protect themselves. Nevertheless, there were still plenty of spectators who were blown away by the shockwave and suffered serious injuries. It was a scene of utter chaos. Stronger cultivators bore up against the shockwave and stared at the battlefield on the elevated stage. Yi Futian was standing firm instead of being incinerated by Grandmaster Tianbao's attack as people expected. When their hands touched, Grandmaster Tianbao felt two completely opposite types of the purest form of destructive energy rushing into his arm. What kind of power was that? Grandmaster Tianbao was disconcerted. He was flung away, and his arm was injured so badly that he thought it was about to fall off. The horrifying energy surged into his body and attacked his spiritual soul. He felt that two distinctly different types of power were consuming him. Grandmaster Tianbao uttered a low moan, his face as white as a sheet. A trickle of blood was dripping down his chin from his mouth. He lifted his head and glared at Yi Futian. Somehow he was wounded during the blitz attack he launched against Yi Futian. Yi Futian also took a few steps back. He raised his head, darted a contemptuous look at Grandmaster Tianbao, and ridiculed, "A puny man like you dared to make a sneak attack on me. How laughable. You probably can't win against me even in a fair fight. You're not a match for me at either alchemy or cultivation, and you don't deserve to compete against me." The audience became even more astonished. Who would have thought that Yi Futian also possessed impressive strength and fighting ability? No one had even imagined that the arrogant and mysterious alchemy grandmaster would be so dangerous and formidable. Even the cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion began to waver at this point. What Grandmaster Tianbao did just now was beneath his status. On the other hand, Yi Futian had displayed better potential in both cultivation and alchemy. He was already much more valuable than Grandmaster Tianbao. It was beyond imagination how much profit he could bring in the future. If the Qiani Pavilion could recruit him besides, it was probably impossible for the cabinet master to kill Yi Futian now. If he launched an attack, there was no doubt that someone would step up to protect Yi Futian to forge a friendship with him. He would be doing everyone else a favor. As the cabinet master of the Qiani Pavilion, he was well capable of assessing the situation. Having said that, It was not appropriate for him to speak at this moment since he might affront Grandmaster Tianbao. Wonderful, Lin Sheng said. What an amazing alchemy Grandmaster you are. So can we all agree that Grandmaster Tianbao was in the wrong before for being reckless and thoughtless? Grandmaster Tianbao disrespected Yi Futian by sending his disciple to bring him to the Qianni Pavilion. It was reckless and thoughtless for sure. However, at that time, no one knew that Yi Futian was such a mighty figure. Right before this match, many people firmly believed that Yi Futian would lose the challenge and even his life to Grandmaster Tianbao on the stage. What about now? Everyone knew clearly that nothing would happen to Yi Futian now. Instead, a lot of people on 9th Street would scramble to associate themselves with Yi Futian and win his friendship. Chapter 2138, New Friends. Grandmaster Tianbao was too ashamed to stay on the stage any longer. He flapped his sleeves and was about to turn around and leave. Grandmaster Tianbao, are you going to leave without an apology? Lin Sheng said with a snicker. He was not afraid of offending Grandmaster Tianbao, who worked for the Qianni Pavilion and had no interests coinciding with him. That's right. Tang Chen was merely a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao, yet he dared to use violence against this master to force him to come to the Qianni Pavilion. He was way out of the line. In addition to that, Grandmaster Tianbao attempted to murder this master just now. It's not right to take off like this, someone else said. He was a powerful cultivator who had some bad blood with the Qianni Pavilion, which was why he spoke up in a sarcastic tone. That's enough. Both sides are in the wrong for being thoughtless and inconsiderate. This is simply a misunderstanding. That's all for this matter, the cabinet master of the Qianni Pavilion declared. Although he was on the same side as Grandmaster Tianbao, he didn't dare to come down on Yi Futian right this moment. He couldn't recklessly affront Yi Futian, who had just proven his strength to everyone at the scene. He had to bear in mind that the cultivators from the ancient royal family were also present. They witnessed everything and might want to rope Yi Futian in. After all, Yi Futian was an alchemy grandmaster with limitless potential. In the meantime, he needed to save Grandmaster Tianbao's face, which was why he wanted to put an end to this matter as soon as possible. Misunderstanding? Yi Futian said in a mocking tone, you didn't show any civility or respect when you went to capture me yesterday. I'm afraid that I would be killed by you immediately if I didn't stand my ground. Even though there isn't much I can do right now, rest assured that I will never forget about it. We can settle the scores later if you can't account for your behavior. Yi Futian's aggressive scolding put an uncomfortable look on the cabinet master's face. However, other people around were secretly enjoying the drama. The Qianni Pavilion suffered a major setback this time. Being resented by such an extraordinary alchemy grandmaster was not a trivial matter. Apart from his amazing alchemy skills, Yi Futian was bound to become a better cultivator than the cabinet master of the Qianni Pavilion sooner or later. This arrogant alchemy grandmaster was as domineering as usual. He insisted on explanations for the actions of the Qianni Pavilion. The cabinet master stared at Yi Futian with a grim face. He said, "What do you want me to do? Do you need to ask me?" Even though Yi Futian was wearing a mask, his unflinching gaze was making the cabinet master feel very uneasy. The cabinet master was tongue-tied. An awkward silence followed. Everyone understood that the cabinet master of the Qianni Pavilion was unable to extricate himself from this difficult situation. If he took a stand against Yi Futian, the ill feelings between them would only become worse. But if he gave in, he would lose respect from others. On top of that, what should he do with Grandmaster Tianbao? Could he ask Grandmaster Tianbao to leave the Qianni Pavilion? It was hard for him to make up his mind to lose an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Futian showed no interest in letting them off. Nevertheless, he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for the sake of the Qianni Pavilion. In fact, he didn't care about the cabinet master of the Qianni Pavilion or Grandmaster Tianbao at all. Not only could Yi Futian easily beat Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy, but he could also kill him with little effort. The so-called best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street was beneath Yi Futian's notice. Yi Futian was only causing trouble for the Qianni Pavilion in order to make a scene and attract the attention of the ancient royal family. He speculated that the young man who spoke before was not an ordinary commoner. Therefore, he was putting on a show on purpose rather than sincerely demanding an explanation. As the situation came to a standstill, a voice rang out, "Since the Tiani Pavilion is at fault, Cabinet Master, why don't you offer an apology?" Many people were stunned by the suggestion that the Cabinet Master of the Tiani Pavilion should apologize. Who was it? They turned around and saw that it was a young Renhuang. He was surrounded by several people who were around the same age and carried the same stately grace. They were attended by a small group of people standing behind, making sure they have enough room in the crowded space. Who was he? The Cabinet Master of the Tiani Pavilion darted a look at the young man. His eye twitched slightly. Then, he turned to Yi Futian with an enigmatic expression. He said, "The Tiani Pavilion is indeed in the wrong. As the Cabinet Master, I am responsible for the mess. I am sorry for our rash and disrespectful act and humbly ask for your forgiveness." A lot of people in the audience were dumbfounded by the Cabinet Master's apology. They realized that the young man was not an ordinary person and began to see him in a new light. Yi Futian was also surprised. He vaguely sensed that he might have achieved his goal. They had taken the bait. "Do you think a simple apology is enough?" Yi Futian replied coldly as though he still didn't want to let it go. He shifted his attention to the young man and looked directly into his eyes. The young man cracked a smile and said, "Master, your alchemy performance was phenomenal. May I ask your name?" The young man, affable and unassuming, asked with extra politeness. "My last name is Qi," Yi Futian replied. "Master Qi." The young man cupped one hand in the other before his chest to show respect and said, "How should this matter be handled in your opinion? Do you have the authority to make decisions?" Yi Futian asked him tentatively. "Yes, I do," the young man nodded without hesitation. The crowd was even more intrigued now. They shifted their eyes to the Cabinet Master to see his reaction. To everyone's surprise, the Cabinet Master remained expressionless and apparently acquiesced to the young man's statement. The young man really could make decisions and tell the Cabinet Master what to do. Who had this kind of power on 9th Street? No one. The Cabinet Master of the Tiani Pavilion was already at the top of the food chain. No one could order him around. Unless an idea popped into many people's heads and filled them with astonishment. Did people from that place come to 9th Street as well? It seems that you're not an average man. In that case, Yi Futian gazed at the young man and said, "I want the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. If you can get that for me, I will forget about what happened today and even offer other things to trade." The young man was stunned for a moment upon hearing Yi Futian's request. Then he laughed, "Master Qi, you certainly didn't hold back. I'm afraid that you overestimated me." He was aware that Yi Futian figured out his identity and tried to take advantage of him. Nonetheless, the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years was not a common ingredient. Even he had to put in some effort to obtain it. It was not as simple as it sounded. "So, can you get it?" Yi Futian asked. "We can try," a female Renhuang next to the young man answered. She had been quietly watching the situation and only chimed in now. No one dared to act frivolously in front of her for her breathtaking beauty and dignified manner. "How confident are you?" Yi Futian looked at her and asked. "We will give it a shot but can't make any promises," she replied. The young man nodded with a smile and echoed, "That's right. We can do our best. But the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years is not an ordinary object. It will take some time." "Okay. I will let them off the hook if you can give me your word," said Yi Futian. The crowd looked at him. It was clear that he came to 9th Street specifically to acquire the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. "Good. If we can find it, Master, we don't need anything else in return. All we want is to become your friends," the young man said with a carefree smile as though something as precious as the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years was nothing but a tool for him to forge friendships. "No problem," Yi Futian replied. "Let's talk on the way." "All right. Please," the young man outstretched his arm to show the way. Yi Futian nodded, walked to the edge of the stage, and climbed onto Bei's demonic beast. Beis carried Yi Futian and sauntered away. The crowd spontaneously made way for him to walk on. Watching Yi Futian's receding figure, everyone understood that he was another prominent figure rising from 9th Street, where he was only staying temporarily. Now that the ancient royal family had entered into the picture, they would probably recruit him. They would have never thought that Yi Futian was here exactly for the ancient royal family. At the 9th Inn, Lin Cheng personally hosted a banquet in honor of Yi Futian and the visitors from the ancient royal family of Duan. Many cultivators in the inn were paying attention to this meeting. They had guessed where the group of people came from, and now, all of 9th Street was closely watching their interactions. At the banquet, Lin Cheng personally poured wine for the young couple who sat in the main seats. Yi Futian didn't know how to address them but heard the young man smile and said, "I think Master Qi must have guessed a thing or two, so Elder doesn't need to hide it." Lin Cheng smiled and nodded. He gestured with his hand and said politely, "Your Highness, please." The young man nodded with a smile and cast a glance at Yi Futian. As expected, Yi Futian's expression remained steady. "The master must have already guessed who we are. Tianyi Pavilion is the #1 trading pavilion on 9th Street, and both of you were able to command the pavilion master of Tianyi Pavilion. Who else could you be other than the cultivators from the ancient royal family? But, of course, I have no idea as to your actual identities." Yi Futian didn't continue with his pompous facade. Facing those from the ancient royal family, it would be preposterous for him to continue with this act. On Giant God's continent, the ancient royal family of Duan was a peak existence. No matter how powerful an alchemy grandmaster might be, his status would not be higher than that of the man in front of him. "I am Duan Yi, and this is my sister Duan Shong, and we are members of the ancient royal family." The young man introduced themselves to Yi Futian, looking very polite and courteous, without the hubris of being a descendant of the Duan family. The ancient royal family of Duan had many descendants, and the competitions were fierce among them. Of course, what they were pursuing was not power but cultivation. In the cultivating world, power was determined by cultivation level, and a powerful alchemy grandmaster could provide great benefits to cultivation, thus, a subject for recruitment. Therefore, Duan Yi had displayed enough respect toward Yi Futian without the slightest exhibition of superiority. "Your Highnesses," Yi Futian bowed slightly with his hands together. They came from the ancient royal family and had the surname of Duan. Their identities were beyond doubt. Now that he had come into contact with the prince and princess of the ancient royal family, his plan was halfway there. He could even take them down right now, but it would be complicated. Moreover, he wouldn't get away easily because he still needed assistance from old Ma. The most important part of the plan was to tease out important figures from the ancient royal family. Now that Duan Yi and Duan Shong were right in front of him, his plan was on track, as long as there were no unexpected events. "Master is overly courteous." Duan Yi waved his hand and said, "Master's alchemy technique is so outstanding that it's unfathomable we have never heard of your name before. Where is the master cultivating?" "I'm not a cultivator of the Giant God's continent and have been traveling around the Shangqing domain in search of medicinal plants and to practice alchemy. Now that my alchemy technique has gotten better, I came to the Giant God's city for some hard-to-find materials," Yi Futian replied. "No wonder." Duan Yi nodded. "It is true that only the main continent of the upper 9 heavens has the possibility of finding phoenix marrow of 10,000 years. Is the master intent on making the immortal elixir?" "So, your highness is aware." Yi Futian looked at the other. "This immortal elixir is said to be capable of life and death, as well as growing flesh from scratch, a truly divine potion. I heard from the elders in the palace that the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years is its main medicinal ingredient. Why is the master so eager for the immortal elixir?" Duan Yi asked again. "I have been seriously injured before, which left a major defect in my great path, so I require the immortal elixir." Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at other places. Duan Yi looked at Yi Futian's face and said understandingly, "I am too nosy. Let me drink up as an apology." As he finished speaking, he drained the content of the cup by himself. "No worries, your highness," Yi Futian said. "The master is outstanding in both alchemy and cultivation. I am curious as to who had the pleasure of calling you their disciple. Duan Shong regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes and asked. Duan Yi raised his brows slightly. This was also the question he wanted to ask, but it was better for Duan Shong to pose it. It was hardly possible for such a formidable character to cultivate independently. There were not many like him in all of the giant gods' continent. In addition to his excellent alchemical ability, his great path of cultivation was also flawless. If Yi Futian had a master, the person must be someone extremely eminent, and it was possible that they would have heard of the person too. Yi Futian directed his gaze at Duan Shong. Under the stare of those eyes peeking out beneath the mask, Duan Shong felt an invisible pressure. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to be bottomless, as vast as a starry sky. Duan Shong had a feeling that this grandmaster must not be very advanced in age. My master prefers peace and quiet without being disturbed. He instructed me that I may only reveal his identity to extremely close confidants and to bring them to see him, Yi Futian replied pleasantly. Duan Shong was a little stunned, and she then avoided Yi Futian's eyes after that. His explanation seemed reasonable, but why was it that she felt something was out of place? However, many hermits cultivated in seclusion. Perhaps, Yi Futian's master was one of them, which was not entirely surprising. If so, we won't inquire further. Duan Yi said, Is the master comfortable staying here? If you came to the palace as our guest, it would allow us to host the master properly. That's quite all right. This inn is pretty good, and Elder Lin is taking good care of me. Yi Futian responded with a smile and thought that there was no way he would go to the palace. If he did, he would be under their control. All right then. After I get back, I will search for the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years for the master. Duan Yi didn't skip a beat. Although Yi Futian had pulled back in his swagger, the arrogance in his bones was still there. Even with them, there was not the slightest hint of fawning. It was as if their status as prince and princess was not enough for him to lower himself in any way. But because of this, Duan Yi felt that Yi Futian was more than what met the eye, and perhaps his master was really someone even more prestigious, which would explain his confidence. They chatted for a while longer before Duan Yi and Duan Shong bid their farewell. When they left, Yi Futian added, Even if the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years cannot be found, please be sure to send word so that if I leave, I will have a chance to say goodbye to your highness. The two nodded slightly as Yi Futian's eyes fell on Duan Shong, making her feel a little peculiar. No problem, even if we don't find it, we will visit the master soon, Duan Yi replied. Since we are friends, no need to be so formal. If your highness doesn't think I am being too bold, perhaps you may address me as Brother Qi, Yi Futian continued. If Brother Qi doesn't mind, it is the best. Duan Yi smiled heartily. If so, we will visit Brother Qi again tomorrow. Very well. Yi Futian nodded. Goodbye, Brother Duan and Princess Shong. The two left and headed towards the palace. Duan Yi smiled and said, Master Qi is quite interesting. He calls me Brother Duan but addressed you as Princess Shong. His way of talking was quite amusing. Duan Shong's expression was cold when she said, I feel this man was a little unusual. Indeed. Duan Yi nodded. Such a powerful alchemy grandmaster is unfathomable. If he wanted, he could go to any top principalities. I wonder if he has wanted anything else other than the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years. Duan Shong acknowledged. It's fine. We'll have to investigate him a little more, Duan Yi said. He smiled and told the person behind him, after we get back, send a few cultivators of the 9th realm from the palace to 9th Street. Remember to tell them to act normally and don't do anything. Just be ready for our orders. Yes, Your Highness. The man behind him nodded. I'm curious about where this master really comes from, Duan Yi said with a smile. He had completely lost the friendly and insouciant guise that he wore when he was with Yi Futian. He seemed calculating. In the 9th inn, Yi Futian returned to his room after the others had left. He closed the door and took out the communication device as a divine consciousness shot into it, transmitting a message. After he sent out the message, a light lit up from the device as the response was transmitted back. Yi Futian put away the device, then closed his eyes to meditate. He must act quickly this time, and they couldn't afford any delays that would give way to unforeseen changes. If he was careless, failure was all but certain. On this day, a major event concerning the ancient royal family of Duan occurred in the giant god city. The envoy from Four Corner Village arrived at the ancient royal family and demanded the release of their people. Just recently, news from Four Corner Village had spread to Giant God's continent, and many powerful figures in Giant God City had heard about it by now. The presence of the envoy from Four Corner Village caused quite a stir. After Zhongyi arrived at the palace, he was not received by the overlord of the ancient royal family. Instead, a prince met with him, and as expected, did not agree to hand over the hostages. However, Zhongyi was allowed to see Fangari and his son to ensure their well-being. It was obvious that they just wanted the divine techniques, which Fangari refused to give up. As long as they could get their hands on the divine techniques, they would release the hostages. Zhongyi proposed to communicate with Four Corner Village and settled down in the palace. At the same time, he sent back the latest information, which was also shared with Futian. He was relieved to know that Fangari and his son were still alive and well, although this was expected. Next, it all hinged on his plan. In a way, Zhongyi would be facing some danger, but nothing would happen to Zhongyi as long as the plan succeeded. Futian continued making panacea in the inn. Many from 9th Street requested to see him, but Futian had declined all such requests. Those who wanted to see him had no choice but to leave, unaware that Futian's refusal to meet with them was his attempt of not getting anyone else in trouble later on. Futian had been waiting quietly in the inn. The next day, Duan Yi and Duan Shong arrived as promised and came to the 9th inn to see Futian. Futian had sensed their arrival and immediately sent out a message. He then walked out of his room to meet Duan Yi and Duan Shong. He smiled and greeted them, Brother Duan. Princess Shong. Brother Qi. Duan Yi and his people landed in the courtyard, as he smiled and said to Futian, after I went back yesterday, I made some inquiries, and we came here to share some good news with Brother Qi. Oh. Futian looked at Duan Yi and prompted, the treasure was found in the palace? Duan Yi smiled and nodded. Futian thought that the ancient royal family was indeed plentiful in resources. Precious things as the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years could be found there. Should he accept it or not? Of course, Futian remained calm on the outside as he looked at Duan Yi with a smile on his face. Brother Duan has been working hard at my behest. If there is anything Brother Duan requires of me, I will gladly be of service. No need. Duan Yi dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand and spoke very heartily, I have said before that there is no need for Brother Qi to do anything in exchange. Futian nodded, thinking that Duan Yi seemed quite decisive in this initial contact. At least, that was what it appeared to be so far. As to whether he had any ulterior motives, it was something yet to be seen. At their level, it would be difficult to know if he had deliberately camouflaged his true intentions or not. But, at this moment, Duan Yi stopped as if considering how to phrase this next sentence. Futian saw that the other had paused, so he asked, is there a problem? No. Duan Yi shook his head, there is an alchemy grandmaster in our palace, I don't know if Brother Qi has heard of it. I heard something about that here. Futian nodded. This phoenix marrow of 10,000 years belongs to this grandmaster. After I explain the situation, this grandmaster is willing to give it to Brother Qi. If Brother Qi needs assistance in refining the immortal elixir, he is also willing to help. Therefore, this master would like to invite Brother Qi to the palace and hand over the phoenix marrow to you and conduct the process together to lend a hand to Brother Qi. Duan Yi said, what do you think? Futian was taken aback as he didn't expect Duan Yi to make such a request and asked him to go to the palace. The eyes under the mask looked at Duan Yi. At this moment, he felt that Duan Yi was not as simple as he appeared. Here at the inn, he had some subjectivity regarding his own movements. If he were to go to the palace, he would be in a completely passive situation, and it was not an overstatement to say that his life and death would be in Duan Yi's hands. He was invited to the palace to get what he asked for, which was an interesting strategy, but the outward reason was impeccable. They were helping him and were even willing to assist him in his endeavor. For a moment, Futian didn't know quite how to respond, to agree or to refuse. Now, he needed some time. It was definitely impossible for him to go, but if he refused, everything he said previously would appear a bit hypocritical and full of holes. I know the reason why Brother Chi desires the immortal elixir, so I thought nothing of it when I agreed our Grandmaster's offer to assist on behalf of Brother Chi. Rest assured that once the immortal elixir is made, absolutely no one would take it for his own as it is promised to Brother Chi. As a member of the ancient royal family, I, Duan Yi, can make this guarantee. Duan Yi said openly. Everyone in the inn must have heard it as well. Brother Chi need not worry about unforeseeable events. Brother Duan overthinks the matter. This here is the giant god city. If Brother Duan wanted to do anything at all, there is no need to go about it with such efforts. Futian said with a smile, "No problem, I will go with your highness." Duan Yi had blocked any possible excuses from him with a few words. He could only acquiesce for the time being. He was beginning to realize that this man was anything but simple, quite contrary to what he had imagined before. It seemed that he had misjudged Duan Yi. The prince of the ancient royal family could not be a simpleton, after all. Then, thanks to Brother Chi and our Grandmaster, it seems that we will have the opportunity to witness the making of the immortal elixir. Duan Yi smiled and continued, "This legendary elixir is said to be able to raise the dead and grow flesh from bones, but I've never seen such a thing before. I wonder how amazing it would be." "Brother Chi, this way, please," Duan Yi said with a smile. As long as Futian went to the palace, he would find a way to keep him there. By then, everything about Futian would be thoroughly investigated and revealed. "Just a minute, I have to wait for someone." Futian said, "Brother Duan, let's sit here while we wait." "Waiting for someone?" Duan Yi looked at Futian with some doubts. "Didn't Brother Chi come here alone? Who are you waiting for?" "An old friend had made an appointment to meet me here. After he arrives, Brother Duan will know who he is," Futian responded with a smile. "Very well," Duan Yi nodded. Futian had agreed to go to the palace readily enough, so he couldn't very well refuse Futian's request. A few more moments of waiting couldn't possibly do any harm. As long as Futian was there, he couldn't believe that this talented alchemy grandmaster would escape him. This alchemy master must serve him, or else it would be meaningless. The two chatted in the yard. Both Duan Yi and Duan Shong were very curious about the person Futian was waiting for. However, as Futian did not wish to reveal the person's identity, Duan Yi was hard-pressed to inquire further. At this time, Duan Shong asked, "Is the person we are waiting for also an alchemy master?" "No." Futian shook his head and said, "This elder is not an expert in alchemy." "Brother Chi's elders?" Duan Shong said. Futian nodded. "Someone from your clan?" Duan Shong continued to probe. Futian looked at her with a smile and replied, "Is your highness really that curious about matters relating to me?" Duan Shong looked at those eyes under the mask, her eyes cast to the side slightly, and said, "I'm just curious as to who is worthy enough for the master to wait here, so I wanted to know who this person might be." "Patience, princess. Your highness will know when he arrives," Futian responded. People chatted casually around them, but Futian keenly sensed that many were focusing their attention at the inn. Yesterday, he had caused quite some commotions on 9th Street, so it was normal that he attracted their attention. However, this time he felt a little different. It was as if someone was monitoring their movements. Perhaps it was because Duan Yi was here. However, whatever the reason might be, it no longer mattered. As a precaution, Old Ma had been staying just outside the city. When Duan Yi and the others arrived, he had sent a message, and Old Ma should be on his way over. Old Ma's cultivation was more than enough for him to reach Futian quickly, but before they could execute their plan, he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. At this time, inside Giant God City, Old Ma had restrained his aura. Just as when Futian had first seen him, there was nothing that could be detected from him at all. Even around his body, there was not the slightest indication of his actual strength. But when he paced casually, he was able to traverse the void. Many people in Giant God City expressed a surprised look where old Ma had passed. They turned their heads to take a look. They had sensed someone passing by. It was as if it was someone quite ordinary, but all they saw was a shadow. It was a strange feeling. It seemed a little unreal, but it really happened. Although old Ma did not employ a great force in his travel, he was still speedy, nonetheless. It didn't take him long to arrive outside of 9th Street. A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed Yi Futian's location. He commanded, "Take them down." At this time, old Ma's voice was heard in Yi Futian's mind as he was chatting with Duan Yi and Duan Shong. His eyes darted and saw that Duan Yi's expression had changed ever so slightly. "Is something the matter, Brother Qi?" Duan Yi asked when he saw the expression in Yi Futian's eyes. Suddenly, he had a bizarre feeling, as if he sensed an inexplicable danger. However, as to where the danger was coming from, he couldn't say. Would it have something to do with them waiting here? However, on 9th Street in Giant God City, what could happen to them? Unless Duan Yi looked at Yi Futian, and his eyes suddenly became solemn, with a faint sense of caution. He asked, "The person Brother Qi is waiting for is here?" "He's here." Yi Futian nodded, "I would trouble your highness to come with me." As he finished speaking, a powerful aura of the Great Path immediately shrouded this area, sealed shut by an overwhelming power of space. Chapter 2141, Can't Get Away. Duan Yi and Duan Shong's expressions changed to shock as the aura of the Great Path exploded out from them. However, the tyrannical force of the spatial power had sealed the void tightly, making it difficult for them to move. At the same time, countless branches and leaves appeared in this space, wrapping around them until they were well tucked within. Boom! An extremely violent aura was released from the two of them as they levitated into the air, wanting to rush forth. Behind them, and at several different positions on 9th Street, other tyrannical auras also exploded, and a few of them was a Renhuang of the 9th realm. The nearest person was right behind Duan Yi and Duan Shong. That 9th realm cultivator raised his hand to grab Yi Futian, turning the space into a prison, hovering around Yi Futian. All around them, the streaming light of the Great Path circulated. That prison of the Great Path was extremely secure and made a roaring sound. However, a brilliant burst of divine glory now exploded upon Yi Futian's body as his eyes became quite demonic. A massive illusion of the peacock appeared and shot out a terrifying light of 7 colors. Yi Futian's body turned into a flash of lightning. It hit the prison with a blast, causing the prison to shatter and collapse. But at this moment, many Renhuang descended in his area at the same time. Their aura of the Great Path was frightening. Boom! A suppressive pressure of the Great Path enveloped this corner of the world. This vast world seemed to have transformed into a world of a starry sky, giant stone tablets coming to suppress this space. Both Duan Yi and Duan Shong were cultivators of the ancient royal family, with extraordinary talents and strong cultivation. But at this moment, facing Yi Futian, they felt that they were tiny in comparison. It was as if they had no ability to fight back. They realized now that the flaming ability Yi Futian exhibited before was just one of his many abilities, and it was a relatively minor one. He could even battle the cultivators in the 9th realm. This meant that Yi Futian didn't need to fear any cultivators on the 9th Street, including the pavilion master of Qianni Pavilion, which explained his audacity. His own strength dictated that he need not fear anyone he encountered. "Who are you?" The vast space seemed to turn into Yi Futian's field of the Great Path. Duan Yi and Duan Shong found that though their cultivation was not lower than that of Yi Futian, it seemed impossible for them to contend with him. Yi Futian's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. "Careful, Your Highness," someone cried out. But they were too close, and Duan Yi and Duan Shong's movements were restricted. Yi Futian reached out, and in one fell swoop, both of them were restrained, and their bodies rose into the sky with him. Other Renhuang wanted to stop them, but an old man appeared high in the sky as a supreme coercion enveloped this corner of the world. Suddenly, everyone on 9th Street seemed to feel the might of heaven as their bodies trembled slightly. This was the man was old Ma. At this moment, he exposed his whereabouts to help Yi Futian to escape. In the area above Old Ma, a huge spatial door appeared, from which a terrible spatial power surged out. The space door seemed to open up to another place. It seemed that once walked through it, one might disappear into a completely different world. If visitors from Four Corner Village have already arrived, why not come to my palace so I may fulfill my duty as the host? When the voice fell, the entire giant god city seemed to have changed as a terrifying force now spreading from the city. It was only at this moment did the people in Giant God City realize that people from Four Corner Village had arrived. This meant that whoever had gone to the palace for negotiation was just a ruse, for Corner Village had other plans at work. The people on the 9th Street were even more shocked to find this arrogant alchemy grandmaster with mighty strength had come from Four Corner Village, and his alchemy techniques were unbelievably outstanding. Yi Futian felt that he was unable to move another muscle. Old Ma wanted to lead him into the spatial door, but at this moment, the entire giant god city was illuminated by a terrifying divine light. An incomparable sacred power now shrouded the entire city, and everyone's body became extremely heavy, like statues glued to the ground. They could hardly move even half a step, and Yi Futian was no different. Boom! With a loud bang, the spatial door was shattered by an attack. Old Ma took Yi Futian up to a higher part of the sky but saw that in the area above Giant God City, a gigantic godlike figure was there in the direction of the imperial palace. The Overlord. Countless cultivators in the Giant God City had no idea what had happened. Upon hearing the voice of the Overlord, they gathered that something was afoot. Their hearts trembled as they saw his face from afar. This was the master of the giant god's continent, the overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan. I've heard that there is a being in the village not often seen. No one even knew that he could cultivate. But he has, in fact, broken the shackles and created his own great path. I am pleased to finally meet you today, the overlord of the Duan family said. He had clearly guessed Old Ma's identity. Four Corner Village has never harmed the ancient royal family of Duan. But your excellency has seized our people from Four Corner Village to pilfer our divine techniques. It is not behavior befitting of your position, replied Old Ma. The divine light emitted from him had covered Yi Futian and the others. Even though they weren't able to leave, the prince and princess of the ancient royal family of Duan were under their direct control. Four Corner Village was not part of the cultivating world before, and there were only a few who had left. According to the village rules, once they left, they were no longer part of the village. Fang Huan killed a member of the ancient royal family, so we captured him. It just so happened that the Four Corner Village was entering the cultivating world around the same time that I decided to spare his life by exchanging it for the divine techniques. If Four Corner Village disagrees, I will not force the matter, the Overlord said. Of course, these were all words from the other side, and there was no way to know whether they were true or not. No one knew if Fang Huan had really done what they said he did, but there were definitely some conflicts. In any case, there was no doubt that the Duan family coveted the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they didn't need to hatch these devious plans, including sending a letter to lure Fangari into their lair and try to procure the divine techniques. Unfortunately, it had not succeeded thus far. Now that your excellency also has hostages in our hands, the divine techniques are no longer on the table for exchange, said Old Ma. However, the man only smiled and continued, even if your cultivation is extraordinary, you can't walk out of this city. If you want the two of them, it is difficult to say whether you two could get out of this bind at all. Old Ma looked down and saw a majestic aura of the great path permeating out of the vast giant god city. A great power dragging on the space above so that even he was affected. Other cultivators from the giant god city and Yi Futian found it was extremely difficult for them to move. Are there divine items sealed beneath the city? Old Ma looked at the overlord of Duan in the distance and asked. This city itself is a divine item. The other responded, it's useless to threaten me with the two of them. Four Corner Village just entered the world. I don't think you want to take any risks. As Old Ma stared at the other, Yi Futian spoke up, Sir, the ancient royal family of Duan had threatened us with hostages taken from Four Corner Village first, and we only resorted to this measure after being pressed. It's an even exchange. If you do not care about the consequences, why should we? It is true that Four Corner Village just joined the cultivation world, but we are not afraid of anyone. As long as the teacher is there, Four Corner Village is still what it always meant to be. In the past, 3 top figures of the Shangqing domain entered Four Corner Village and recognized its existence. Although the teacher loathes matters from the outside, he would come to seek justice if he were really provoked. Then, whether or not Giant God City could survive his wrath would be anyone's guess. The teacher couldn't leave the village for special reasons, but it didn't mean that the overlord of the Duan family knew what they were. He could use this chance to feel out the stance of the other man. The ancient royal family of Duan was acting secretive before, and it must be because they didn't want the news to leak and offend Four Corner Village. They, too, had their concerns. The overlord of the Duan family looked at Yi Futian and said, "You are the one who is rumored to have come from the Donghua domain to cultivate." "Indeed, I am," Yi Futian nodded. "I heard that you have extraordinary talent and not someone native from the village. You possess great luck that allowed you to control the divine techniques of the village. You even drove out the original leader of the village. Your name is known throughout the Donghua domain, even the domain chief's manor was hunting you. Now you are here again to intercept my kin. You are indeed a rare animal," Duan Tianxiong from the Duan family said loudly, and everyone finally realized just how legendary this alchemy grandmaster truly was. "The overlord gives me too much praise." Yi Futian took off the mask, revealing a strangely handsome face. His long silver hair moved with the wind, and his appearance surprised many. This genius alchemy grandmaster had turned out to be such an enchanting figure. Duan Tianxiong looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile, "Duan Yi, Duan Shong, though you are the prince and princess of the family, now you know firsthand that there are always those who excel even the best of them. You are the same age, but the gap between you is so vast so that you too have become the hostages in the hands of others." Duan Yi and Duan Shong looked at Yi Futian at a loss. When they heard Duan Tianxiong's words, they were ashamed. Indeed, there was a huge gap between them and Yi Futian. It could be said that they were not even on the same level as Yi Futian, or they would not have fallen into his clutches. "Whenever you two have returned home, you should take a good look at yourselves and think about this," Duan Tianxiong continued. As the overlord, he was truly extraordinary. Under such circumstances, he still remembered to make it a teachable moment without the slightest hint of worry for their safety. He was a true leader. He turned his attention back at Yi Futian again. He said with a smile, "Domain Chief Ning Yuan of Donghua Domain didn't promote a genius talent like you, but put you on the most wanted list instead. I have no idea what he was thinking when he did that. If it were me, I certainly would not have done that." Aside from the turmoil Yi Futian caused in the Shangqing domain, his undertaking in the Four Corner Village alone was enough to surprise everyone. Now that he had taken 2 of his descendants into his hands as hostages while revealing himself as an outstanding alchemy grandmaster, the sky was the limit for such a man and too terrifying to contemplate where he would end up. Although he did not have an influential background, he had been through various trials and experienced much in the world. He couldn't understand why the domain chief of Donghua domain would forsake such a talented person. "Since your majesty holds me in such high regard, why don't we stop right here and forge a friendship between us? The prince and her majesty may remain my friends. After all, what happened today went against my intention, as I was forced by circumstance," Yi Futian suggested to Duan Tianxiong. His goal was simple enough: save Fang Gari and Fang Huan. As for the Duan family, Four Corner Village had just joined the cultivating world, and he did not want to make them their enemy. The most important thing was to focus on their own development and get themselves established first. It was best to resolve this matter peacefully, so the 2 sides could stop this vendetta. As for the friendship he referred to, it was nothing more than diplomatic words. They both knew the reality very well, and this was to give each other a way out. "I have no strong feelings about this, but what I said was not false, and I will never deceive you. Fang Huan did take the life of our kinsman. If I let him go, where is the justice for us?" Duan Tianxiong said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the man and realized that Duan Tianxiong couldn't let bygones be bygones. The giant god city was his territory, He could easily shut down everything here so that no one could leave. Yi Futian had taken Duan Yi and Duan Shong hostage, but the real power was still in Duan Tianxiong's hands. In that case, I have a suggestion. Would your majesty care to take a listen? Said Yi Futian. Yes, Duan Tianxiong replied from the air. I will go to the palace alone for our people. Your majesty, as the judge, will not interfere. If no one can stop me without employing divine items that will restrict my mobility, I will take our people away with me. If anyone can intercept me, I will leave your people to you and the divine techniques. What does your majesty think? Yi Futian looked at Duan Tianxiong from across the sky and said loudly and clearly. Everyone was shocked. Countless people looked up at that handsome and exceptional figure. His silver hair was flying in the wind, and he exuded an air of indescribable self-confidence and insolence. Even Duan Yi and Duan Shong, who was taken by him, now looked at Yi Futian in shock. The man without the mask was even more audacious and daring. Never mind the 9th Street or Giant God City, even the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan were not taken seriously by him. He wanted to rush the palace and take his people away. It was a bold proposition. Yi Futian's proposition was based on some of the things that he found out before. In the royal palace of the Duan family, there was no upper Renhuang with perfect great path like Ninghua. People at that level of cultivation posed the most threat to him. Without this type of cultivator, even if they were in the 9th realm, he had the power to combat them. Now, the two sides were at the point of no return. If he won, he might take his people away. If he lost, they would need to hand over the divine techniques. You mean, you want to rush the ancient imperial palace by yourself? Even Duan Tianxiong's voice was slightly perturbed. A cultivator of Renhuang 5th realm wanted to break into the ancient royal family of Duan. How insolent! Did he really think that no one from the ancient royal family could stop him? Yes, replied Yi Futian. It was just one word, yet it was sonorous and determined. Even old Ma had to take a second look at him. This guy, rushing the palace by himself, was pure madness, to say the least. The Duan family was a major force in the middle third heavens. It held the most esteem because Duan Tianxiong had the true strength to dominate the area. However, the ancient royal family of Duan had no lack of powerful cultivators, and there must be countless of them inside the palace, including some old monsters in the 9th realms. Futian, it's too risky, old Ma transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. Old Ma, there is no better option than this. Even if we fail, it will only be paying the price of the divine techniques. Would you say Uncle Fang is not worth it? Yi Futian explained. Old Ma had no reply. When they were at the village, he had known that Yi Futian was a person who cared about the others, or else he would never have felt so close to him. He even went so far as to push him to become the village chief of Four Corner Village. However, his proposition encountered some resistance because Yi Futian was still inexperienced. After all, he was an outsider before, not someone who was native to the village. However, old Ma had to admit that Yi Futian was right. The only way was to give it their best shot, for there were no other options. Well, if you are sure, I will indulge you. Duan Tianxiong said, I'll be waiting for you here. Yi Futian looked at Duan Yi and Duan Shong. I would ask your two majesties to bear with us for a while longer. He then handed the two of them over to old Ma. Old Ma looked at him, still hesitating. Yi Futian's entry into the ancient royal family meant that he would be completely within their control once he set foot there. Don't worry, as the overlord, he will not go back on what he promised. Yi Futian knew just what made old Ma so worried, so he tried to assure him. Old Ma nodded slightly. Duan Tianxiong had agreed to Yi Futian's request for a battle in front of everyone. He would see that the agreement was honored. I'll go with you, old Ma said, leading Yi Futian in the direction of the ancient royal palace of the Duan family. At this time, the light from Giant God City gradually dimmed until it disappeared. There was terrifying pressure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. One after another, they levitated into the air, heading in the direction of the ancient royal family. Conducting this rescue mission inside the palace of the ancient royal family by himself? He's crazy. The entire giant god's city was roiling. Countless people rushed toward the location of the ancient royal family, wanting to witness this battle. As a mere Renhuang of the fifth realm, Yi Futian is attempting something impossible. Does he think he has the power to alter his fate and manipulate the will of heaven? Some elders with powerful cultivation commented, not at all optimistic about Yi Futian's future. To attempt a jailbreak inside the palace of the ancient royal family all by himself. How difficult would that be? If Yi Futian succeeded in taking his people away with throngs of cultivators inside the palace, even without the direct involvement of the overlord himself, the ancient royal family would forever be shamed, with no hope ever to raise their heads again. In an instant, Giant God's city was feverish over this news, which had swept through the city in a short time. After all, because of all the events that led to this moment, all the cultivators inside Giant God's city were paying close attention to this meeting. Now that Yi Futian had set the terms of the battle, how could it not electrify Giant God's city? Many people marveled that if Yi Futian could successfully carry out this battle, it would be enough for him to make his name known throughout the world, even in all of the Shangqing domain. Only that no one was optimistic about his prospect because everyone thought it was an impossible task. Chapter 2143, Invasion of the Ancient Royal Family. The ancient royal family of Duan was a majestic city within a city, feeling ancient and historic. At this time outside the ancient royal family, a white-haired man stood there, his deep-set eyes looking straight inside of the city. Behind him, from sky above, many cultivators had come in a hurry, as their attention focused on Yi Futian and the ancient imperial city. Did he intend to go in there by himself? Within the ancient royal family, there were also mighty figures now made their appearance. Many cultivators stood in the void and looked at the person standing outside. They knew what had happened. A man who came from Donghua domain originally had joined Four Corner Village. Now he wanted to enter the ancient royal family under his own power alone to take away their prisoners. His arrogance and audacity spoke volume of his contempt to them all. What Yi Futian said had already offended the powerful cultivators of the entire ancient royal family. They had deemed him arrogant beyond reason and impertinent to boot. In that palace, the ground was sprinkled with a layer of holy radiance, and a magical force sealed the level below to prevent the ancient royal family from being affected by the impending battle. In the depth of the ancient royal family, there were two men, Fang Gari and Fang Huan. They were staring at a place, somewhere far away, and Fang Gari was overwhelmed with emotions. He did not expect Yi Futian to come in this manner. Now, he could only hope that nothing would happen to him. Fang Kun's master? It was Fang Huan, who looked to be about middle-aged. His long black hair was a little disheveled, but his eyes were dark and shiny as he questioned Fang Gari. Fang Gari nodded. He had mentioned Yi Futian to Fang Huan. Isn't he a little too impulsive to do this alone? Fang Huan asked. One man to take on the entire ancient royal family? If it was him, there wouldn't be much concern. There was no upper Renhuang with perfect great path in all of the ancient royal family of Duan, and he was already perfect at the 7th realm. Even cultivators at the 9th realm would not pose a problem for him. But Yi Futian, as he understood from his father, was only at 5th realm. How could he possibly hope to get in? He doesn't look like someone who behave carelessly. If he dared to say that, it must mean that he was certain of his chances, said Fang Gari. Of course, it was also possible that Yi Futian had no choice but to take the gamble. If he lost, he would have to surrender the divine techniques. Fang Gari sank deep into his own thoughts. A fearsome divine might enveloped the boundless space. Duan Tianxiong stood on the top of the tallest hall in the palace with many cultivators behind him. Their eyes focused on the figure outside. Although the distance was great, in their powerful sight, it was as if everything was right in front of them. Duan Tianxiong was curious to see just how this man, notorious for upsetting the balance of Donghua domain, could really penetrate the ancient royal family like he claimed. Yi Futian came to our territory alone, so you may take action one at a time, but you must not intercept or choreograph your attacks at the same time. Duan Tianxiong announced in a loud but clear voice, full of strength and power. Yes, Overlord. Voices resounded throughout the void. As cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan, they also cared about their reputations. Yi Futian was a Renhuang of the fifth realm, attempting to break into the ancient royal family under his own power. If they were to stymie his effort together, it would be as if they were trying to win by numbers alone. Furthermore, was there really nobody from the entire ancient royal family who could take him down? Next to Duan Tianxiong, there was a young man with unmatched temperament, who bore some resemblance to Duan Tianxiong. He was the prince of the ancient royal family of Duan, Duan Qiong. As a Renhuang of the sixth realm, Duan Qiong possessed perfect great path, along with incredibly aggressive strength. He did not believe that Yi Futian could succeed. Him alone would stop Yi Futian in his track. Go and tell all the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan to meet him in the challenge. It would be a good opportunity for them to know that there is always someone more powerful than what they have experienced. Duan Tianxiong ordered Duan Qiong. I'll go now. Duan Qiong nodded as he went about carrying out this command. Clearly, they took Yi Futian's entry into the ancient imperial city as a trial to polish the haughty Renhuang inside the ancient royal family, so they could see just how fearsome a top figure could be from the outside world. Outside the ancient royal family, Yi Futian looked forward and said in a loud and clear voice, "Yi Futian from Four Corner Village, seeking your instructions." When his voice faded, he walked into the ancient royal family under the gaze of countless eyes. For a moment, everyone inside Giant God's city stared at him with slight trembling in their hearts and found that they were all very much looking forward to this battle. Although everyone thought that Yi Futian would lose for sure, they were perhaps still secretly hoping for a different outcome. Yi Futian stepped into the ancient royal family, and a mighty pressure shrouded his body. It was an invisible pressure, formed by the terrifying aura of the many Renhuang inside the ancient royal family, and had transformed into an astonishing force. The coercion felt extremely uncomfortable, but he appeared cool and collected as ever, and walked forward in the void. Traces of divine light surrounded him, rendering his body totally radiant as if he was a transcendent being. At this moment, a figure stood in the sky above Yi Futian. This man was also dressed in white. Like a gentle scholar, he was holding a silver long sword that felt like a cold star, gave out a feeling of chilling sadness. His arm moved slightly as the silver long sword whirled slightly with it. A cold air pressed toward Yi Futian, as a cold light swooped toward him. This man was an upper Renhuang of the seventh realm. He appeared in an instant and his sword was so incredibly fast that no one could keep up with its movements. It was only in seconds that a cold atmosphere enveloped the void, chilled the spiritual souls, as countless cold light of the sword sheltering the sky. The area around Yi Futian seemed to have transformed into the realm of swordsmanship, where there was only the sky full of sword aurora. Life and death could be determined in just a turning of the mind. The swords rained down in the sword domain like a meteor shower, and they seemed on the verge to pierce through Yi Futian's body. However, at this moment, the divine light flowing around Yi Futian's body became even more dazzling, and a chiming of the swords rang between heaven and earth. There were countless rays of light that came from his body, and each ray of light turned into a sword intent. The wisps of swordsmanship and divine brilliance traversed with the meteor sword shower, created a spectacular sight in this space. The two men stood between the sword screens as the other man launched another sword strike, passing through the void, aimed at its mark. But Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed, colliding with the sword of the other. In an instant, the radiant sword river was torn apart, as countless swords pulverized into dust and vanished. The silver long sword made a crystalline sound as cracks crept on it. Yi Futian pointed his finger forward, and in the next moment, the great path reversed its course, and everything seemed to have returned to their previous state. The body of the other man flew backward, his sword domain disappeared, and the skyfall of sword intent also dissipated into nothingness. That swordsman in white stood there looking at Yi Futian and groaned suddenly as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on Yi Futian, who had never even moved. Just one finger. Although they knew the odds of winning were not optimal, they did not expect to be defeated so badly. Yi Futian casually raised his hand at random and disarmed the other's swordsmanship with just a point of his finger. Moreover, with the same swordsman's abilities, It seemed that the two of them were not at all on the same level of cultivation. The fact remained that the other man's realm was higher than that of Yi Futian. Awesome. Many let out a praise, but they were not too surprised. This was just a renhuang of the 7th realm. If Yi Futian wanted to enter the ancient royal family, this was just the beginning. If he had trouble with a renhunag of the 7th realm, then this entire attempt was a ridiculous farce. Yi Futian continued to move forward. There were renhuang standing proudly on either side in the sky above in the front, and their eyes all fastened on Yi Futian. Even if his great path was perfect, he was, after all, a renhuang of the 5th realm. Could his combat effectiveness be really that powerful? Another renhuang of the 7th realm made a move, as he lifted his hand and pressed it down. Suddenly a 5-fingered mountain appeared above Yi Futian. The vast space was overwhelming, and the sky above Yi Futian was completely sealed off. The 5-fingered mountain was flowing with magnificent splendor, as if it could suppress all things and was totally indestructible. This, in fact, was a very powerful type of the Great Path. Heaven and earth roared as the 5-fingered mountain was on the verge to fall on top of Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant divine sword pierced the center of the mountain. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on it, and in the next moment, the mountain pulverized and collapsed immediately. That renhuang still attempted to return with another attack, but Yi Futian's eyes directed toward him. With a single glance, he felt a deep chill to his bones, as if he had stepped into the world of eye sorcery. In this corner of the world, Yi Futian walked towards him, appeared in front of him in one step to traverse the space, as the divine sword pointed at his brow chakra. Bang! He retreated rapidly away from the battlefield. However, everything seemed to return to normal in the next moment. He looked in the distance and saw that Yi Futian was still where he was without moving, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. It was a trick of the eye sorcery that lured him into Yi Futian's world. Cold sweats crawled down his spine as he stared at the white-haired young man. He realized that this demonically handsome young man was in possession of power that was terrifying beyond words. A person of the 7th realm could not possibly contend with him. Watch out. He is very powerful. He spoke via voice transmission to the others. Yi Futian could bring the others into the world of eye sorcery in just a glance, as that was his divine wheel of the Great Path. Yi Futian possessed a pair of divine pupils, and one careless move would risk falling into his trap with no hope for redemption. If they were on a real battlefield, he may have already fallen into his hands in a single thought. Above the firmament, golden ancient seals suddenly appeared all over the sky, and there seemed to be extremely radiant patterns that appeared on those ancient seals, which aroused the resonance of the Great Path. Standing high above the sky, he raised his hand and slammed them forth. Instantly, infinitely golden ancient seals blasted downward at the same time as the Great Path resonated with the attack, and the sky and earth shattered by its unstoppable force. Yi Futian looked up and took a step forward. At this moment, many were hearing the sound of Buddha in their ears. Countless golden tablets now surrounded around Yi Futian. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient seal exploded madly, as Yi Futian's speed turned into that of light. In an instant, the crowd saw the two men came into contact, and the person who stood in the way flew out directly. Yi Futian continued forward, even speeding up now as he rushed towards all those cultivators. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.